Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
It seems like we were just here, right? It seems like we were just here just a few moments ago. And yet we're back. Jill says, man, I've needed a trial to watch. You and me both, Jill. We're so excited to have one today. Fractured. I'm not sure how to break this to you, man. Oh, man. You won. You are the winner. But in doing so, you're also the loser. Today's not the day to own the internet. but thank you for stepping up and saying, yes, I will bear this burden on my shoulders single-handedly. The world can count on me to keep everything connected. Fractured, congratulations on winning the internet, being first in chat. I think no one is more grateful for you being here than Golden Mom, who had a rough go of it without knowing this morning as she jumped in earlier on the previous live stream. But now that's taken care of. It's all good. We're up and running. There's Fractured. Now we've got stuff on the screen as well. Quick roll call because we are sort of keeping an eye out. My notes, according to Discord, I was just checking Discord a minute ago, show that this trial, the Antifreeze trial, which is Mark D. Jensen facing off yet again with the state of Wisconsin, is set for. I'm looking at the wrong day. That's not as good. Give me just 1 second.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Let's see. 8:30.
Squirrel.
8:30 today. Squirrel. Yes. 8:30 today. Today's the 11th. I was looking at the 10th. I was just one day off. Branch 4, Courtroom 117, jury trial. We should be going on. And here's the news. I've heard the jury's done. They've sat the jury. They had to go through a lot of potential jurors. A lot of people. A lot of people knew about this case. The first go-around. It was a big deal then, too. As a matter of fact, it was such a big deal the first go-around that they actually moved it to another county to get a jury that could be fair and impartial. Let's do a quick roll call and see who we have here in chat before we begin. Katrina, Chandra, DMB, 80s Music Man, Jill, we've got you as well. Toxic. Fracture says, I never use Discord because it gives me nothing but migraines. Discord is amazing for me. I'm so grateful for the As the Gavel Drops page. It's so helpful. Golden Mom's here. Nice and easy day for you today, Golden Mom. It's completely relaxing. No burdens on your shoulders at all. Liz, welcome. Weather Watch is back. He was having a little bit of withdrawal symptoms from that sudden stop just a few minutes ago on the previous live stream. T-Rocks, and we're back. Hey, y'all, long time no see. It has been forever. I missed you guys so much. Thanks for coming back. Adam, thank you. Good top of the morning to you. Good morning, Maria. Sorry, I'm mixing up my comments here. Kathy, morning again. Still morning, same morning, but we are here again. Fractured, sorry, but you won the internet, so chop chop. I like that, Chandra. Katrina, you missed the first one. It was just the headache about the planes. That was it. So if you were not flying today, or if your internet did not have any issues, you're okay. There's nothing to go back and rewatch on that one. Weather Watch is in the house, says 80s Music Man. I appreciate the name change back to 80s Music Man. Formerly TW. Now the commenter formerly known as TW, who is now Pickles Not Politics, says, I think I'm on time, only to find out the RA has already streamed the 34-minute episode on the FAA. I did. And it was without warning. I pulled the plug. I used the same space holder that this show had been holding since yesterday evening. and just switched the title at the last minute and went live. So no warning. And I went an hour early. Great job, Mod Squad. The mods are fantastic here. They are amazing. I owe them much gratitude. Where's Abby? She was here a minute ago, I think. She might have. She might still be watching the weather, the plane, the plane one. Nope, Abby's here. Abby's here right there. We found her. She's safe. No worries. JB up in Canada. Good morning to you as well. It's going to be a great day. We've got an actual case to discuss and lots of great details to go over on that one. And we might have as well. We may have multiple streams, multiple camera angles. This is what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping Court TV and all the local news channels have multiple angles to provide us, so we can watch the court as it proceeds. Because I really want to see reactions in this trial as things are talked about. Haven't seen you guys in a while. Yeah, it has been a bit, Laura, now that you mention it. Let's see. Toxic Orchids here. Good morning, Miss Priss. Recovery Addict. Can't wait for a good trial to start. You and me both. I think we've got half an hour. 24 minutes is what my clock shows. But I'm not seeing a live stream quite yet. So unless something changes. Yep, no, I'm not seeing it up yet. We're going to keep an eye out for it. Golden Girls, hello again. Yes, I'm not sure if I caught you the first time, Golden Girl, but welcome. Fist pump for the membership, Weather. I still not forgot about that. I love it so far. The view is the best, 80s Music Man. Being able to just type ! seat and move to the front of the room. Not have to peer over somebody's shoulders as you're watching the show. Just having an unobstructed view, it's well worth it just for that alone. I heard about the FAA computer meltdown. All flights grounded. Oopsie. Yep, they're getting things back together. It was mostly just an early this morning issue. I think just a few 1,500 or so planes. Squirrel. Planes that had some issues, but they're getting it back on order. So probably not as bad as it could have been. DMB is ordering the donuts. She wants glazed. That's always a good choice. I will tell you that there's a little grocery store in Centerville, Utah that makes the best glazed donuts. I've heard of people like flying across the country or going on a road trip just to see a Cabela's or a Bass Pro Shops, which I think now are the same thing. That's like a destination you go to. Well, this little grocery store is worth driving across the country to just to get a glazed donut. It's called Dick's Market, and they're an Associated Food grocery store, and they've been making their own glazed donuts forever. And they are amazing. They are perfect. They are everything that Krispy Kremes and what's the other one? Dunkin' Donuts and everything hoped they could be when they first had pie in the sky ideas about becoming a donut shop, and then failed miserably because they don't come close to what this store makes. And people buy them by the hundreds. Like they buy massive boxes of donuts. Those of you who are in Davis County are already aware of the amazingness that is the Dick's Market glazed donut phenomenon, and you can vouch for that. Kay says, got the message. Yeah, good job. We were testing the testing system, so testing was what we were doing this morning, just to see if you guys were notified that we were starting again. And it looks like some of you did. Anna Globe's in. Julianne's here. Irene. DMB, Sunshine Sunflowers, hello again. Good to have you here. Canned Laughter, long time no see, folks. Hello. Yes, good to reacquaint ourselves with you, Canned Laughter. It has been several minutes since we last talked. Let's see, Mary Kay is here. Trying to make sure I don't miss anybody. T-Rock's Groundhog Day. Is that today? Oh, no. It's just we started again, right? I don't think it's Groundhog Day. Deja vu, all over again. We must stop meeting like this. Do we have a trial today? Yes, we do, Brian. We're actually going to do what we say we do today. We have the Antifreeze trial, and we're going to talk about a few things as we just get through roll call here. Give me just a minute to catch up because I'm way behind. Christy, MB, Kathy, T-Rocks, Golden Mom's here. She's taking a seat. Thank you very much. Down in front. Alexis, Miss Priss, Linda Denton, hello. Put your hand up in the air if I've missed you. and anyone, once I'm done with roll call, if you show up after that, they have to mark the exclamation point late in chat to be put down on the roll. So Eileen is here. Tish, good morning. Carol Ann, I made it back for another live. Yay, good to have you here, Carol Ann. It would not be the same without you. I'm glad you could make it this morning. Beautiful waterfall. Does this channel have a Discord group? Yes, it does, and it's Toxic's Discord group. It's not really ours. She lets us play in her Discord channel, which is amazing. Let's see, that guy, Ed Gein, who was on the chat last night, like 2 minutes after you posted a placeholder for the stream. And I think it went down because you posted the last one. Ed said something in chat last night that I missed. I'd probably shut it off. Sorry about that. Tag's here. Guess what's working today, Tag? Yep, that one. Right here. Laura showed you. Did I win the internet this time? Ed, not. He was in chat last night, like 2 minutes after you posted. Okay, so Ed, what you're saying, that guy, is that you posted last night as soon as I put the placeholder up. So really, it wasn't Golden Mom's fault at all. So what you're actually owning up to is causing the FAA to crash. So yes, you won, but at the same time, now you're responsible for all the flight delays nationwide, because that happened on your watch apparently. But we're on round 2 right now, and we've given it away to Fractured. See, I was told I have to fix Discord because I won the internet. I don't have a clue about Discord. Fractured, we've got some good people that can help you, but yes, you have to fix it. Chris, we got the notification from Law and Crime. The Antifreeze trial is starting in 30 minutes. Yes, we're going to watch that. We're going to talk about a few things as we're pulling up. The good thing about this, we don't have to watch Law and Crime. Okay, we will be able to watch their feed. I'm hoping they have a separate feed, and I'm hoping Court TV has a separate feed, and several news channels have a separate feed. This is a big trial. It means a lot to the people up there. It was in the news for a long time. A lot of people heard about it, and there's a lot of interest. But Wisconsin, wonderful Wisconsin. In addition to making amazing cheese, they live stream their court sessions just directly from the courtroom, and we're going to connect to that as well, just like we did with Judge Doro's trial for the eyedrop case. That's the sort of connection we're going to have. Squirrel. Hamira says, I'm here. Miss L is here, just catching up with the last little bit. Basic Brittany's taking her seat. Thank you, Basic Brittany. Nancy, hello, everybody. Laura's here again. Buenos dias. Good day to you. Carly, good to have you. Psychic. Wanda French. I need to put a timer on that. Morning from Chicago. We're ready for subject matter jurisdiction. Might be too soon. Lindsay's here, present. I'm just seeing Dallas Cases. We're back. Welcome, Dallas. Everybody's here. I think we're ready to actually have a trial, to actually talk about court in session.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
It's still too soon to actually talk about something that we're all here for. Let's see. The planes are fun, but crime is what gets us going here.
Squirrel.
I'm going to fix that here really quickly. I don't want it to go off too often. But I find it funny people blaming the government for the airlines being down, though 99.99% of airports are privately owned or owned by the city they're located. Yeah, in this case, though, the outage was the FAA. They ordered the stop. Yep, shout out to JB from TAG. Good to have you here. I think I've got everybody. I think so. Linda, will the gavel open a jar of pickles? If you hit the jar hard enough, it will, but you have to eat them very quickly, and then they're little bits of glass. Small drawback. Always on Go says, yo, what's up? I'm back. Welcome back. Good to have you. Last Poet is here. I think Rowdy, we got you there. Sorry, I missed you earlier. I think I got everybody. If I missed somebody, Lisa, good morning. If I missed somebody, just wave your hands, and hopefully I'll see you. You might have to tag me as well. So, because from right now on, if you show up in chat, you have to say that you're late. Court TV is live in 15 minutes. Yep, we're going to watch that. Let me get some of the feeds going here. We went live feed. There we go. Antifreeze murder. I think that's the one we're waiting for. Yep. Okay, so we're going to have that one going there. Let me get a couple other sources. Maybe we might even watch. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's some things I wanted to talk about before we get started, before the court case goes live, because it is not yet. The feed is not live yet from the courtroom. So before that happens, let me pull up what I wanted to talk about briefly, because in this, there's a big truck driving by my house right now. Okay, so for those that are not familiar with this trial, Richard, on a globe, I see you there. Aaron, I missed you as well. JM is here. Katrina, I think you were waving at Debbie. Wave your hands in the air like you just don't care, says Debbie. Love the song reference. I've been here for a while now. Good morning, says Denise. Tomorrow's going to be a great stream. Everyone will tune in for Coburger Court. Yes, we will have some of that tomorrow, as well as this trial. So we'll have a lot of things tomorrow. Nana Geek says, you missed me again. I'm sorry. Nana Geek, I'm sorry. If you posted in chat, I just scrolled right by it on accident. I think Carol, Aaron, Sassy Girl. Is that what it is? Sassy Girl? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but welcome. All right, so let's get this Mark Jensen murder trial thing underway. First of all, he's accused of killing his wife with sleeping pills, with antifreeze, and possibly suffocation. So it took a couple attempts. I've heard that some people say it may have taken a prolonged period of time as well. Sassy Girl. Okay, got it. Pronounce it. Thank you. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Everyone waving their hands, about to get caught up in crime, not wearing their gloves. Seriously. So we've got some information. The defense says that she actually committed suicide and did it in a way that framed Mark.
There's a lawsuit.
And we're gonna get into that a little bit, because there was some things that happened. I mean, we know that they went to some counseling, some marriage counseling. Their marriage had some issues. There was an instance of infidelity on her part, where she had an affair. I think it was about 7 years prior to her death that apparently that Mark just never forgave her for. But at the same time, there's also a mistress that comes into play here right around the time of her death, or just before so. That Maui Gal says, can you say aloha to me?
Can you say aloha to me?
Aloha, Maui Gal. Welcome. Aloha's, I guess, is the welcome. So that would be redundant to say welcome after that. That's a hello. Aloha, Hawaii. Good to have you here, and thank you for the super chat. So we've got that issue in the marriage, okay? I'm going to fix that. I might have to turn the volume down until I fix it. If it goes too much, just warning you. I'm not telling you off. I'm just saying we need to stay focused, because we've got trial about to start here in just a little bit. So we've got the infidelity issue. The marriage is strained. At one point, even the wife, Julie, she goes and files for divorce. And before they get divorced, they is all squirreled out. Before they get divorced, they go to counseling. And in the counseling, I don't know exactly what was said or what went on. Julie, in some of the remarks that she said to her friends and things like that, seems to feel that Mark is saying things in counseling to show that she's like not stable, that she's not right in the head. She's like, why is he trying to make me look like that? There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not a druggie. I'm not an alcoholic, but he keeps trying to paint me in that light in these counseling sessions. Anyway, they decide to work it out enough to the point that she withdraws the request for divorce. So they stay together. But there's still issues. And we're going to get into that. And we're actually going to read first. We're going to read before court begins. We're going to read the letter that she wrote and she gave to a friend. Julie felt that Mark had her demise in plan, in his eyes. He was planning for her demise, and that she was on limited time. And so she was like, if anything happens, it wasn't enough to run away, because people reached out to her and said, look, take the kids, let's go, we'll give you money, we'll pay for it. And she's like, no, she didn't. And that looks suspicious. That could even be looked at on the side of, yeah, she wanted to frame Mark type side. So it actually goes, I would say that weighs in on the defense's argument that this was suicide meant to frame him. But at the same time, she stayed, but she did write these letters, and she talked to people. She talked to police. She wrote this letter to friends, say, if I die, give this to the police. And they kept the letter sealed. They didn't read it until she died, and then they gave it to police. We're going to look at that letter right now. Let's bring that up here on screen. And I'm going to read this to you in case the text is just a tiny bit small. This is to the Pleasant Prairie Police Department, to Ron Cosman, or Detective, I think is Rettenberg. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that. It's a little blurry there. And she says, I took this picture. So there's a picture she included with this. And I'm writing this on Saturday, 11/21/1998 at 7 a.m. This list, she's talking about the picture, this list was in my husband's business daily planner, not meant for me to see. I don't know what it means, but if anything happens to me, he would be my first suspect. Our relationship has deteriorated to polite superficial. I know he's never forgiven me for the brief affair I had with that creep 7 years ago. Mark lives for work and the kids, and he's an avid surfer of the internet. Anyway, I do not smoke or drink. My mother was an alcoholic, so I limit my drinking to 1 or 2 a week. Mark wants me to drink more with him in the evenings. I don't. I would never take my life because of my kids. They are everything to me. I regularly take Tylenol and multivitamins, occasionally take OTC stuff, over-the-counter stuff, for colds like Zantac and Imodium. I have a prescription for migraine tablets, which Mark uses more than I. I pray I am wrong, that nothing happens, but I am suspicious of Mark's suspicious behaviors and fear for my early demise. However, I will not leave, and she names her kids, 2 kids. My life's greatest love, accomplishment, and wish is my 3 Ds, Daddy, Mark, and the other 2 kids, whose names will start with D. And then it's signed Julie Jensen. This is the letter that was admitted in court, the previous trial. This was a letter from the grave, really. And it was admitted, and this, normally something like this would not be admitted because he's not allowed to cross-examine her, right? So this would be, it wouldn't be admissible for that reason. But in this case, the court ruled that because of his bad acts that caused her to not be around, that this was permissible, so they allowed it in. Well, there was a whole bunch of back and forth on this. The short of the story is he wins an appeal, and he gets a new trial. But this letter is not going to be included. So the jury will not hear that she thought it was him. They're not going to hear that. They are going to hear some other things. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry, brought me a keyboard for the iPad so I can type a little bit faster. Let me get some stuff pulled up here. Let's see. They're going to hear some other things in this trial that are similar to the last trial. I need a power cord. Hang on. Without power, everything shuts down. So now it's charging. There we go. So first, let me get back to some of these differences. And I think Court TV actually did a pretty good write-up on this about how what's different and what's the same about this case compared to the last one. Let me see. I missed chat. I was scrolled back there. So if you said something by me, you are at the airport. I'm sorry. Hopefully your delay is short and you get to your destination. Let's see. Yes, this letter certainly shouldn't be admitted. This is Matthew Harris. This is legal analysis. Not like you shouldn't take it as legal analysis, but this is a lawyer analyzing this. Yes, this letter certainly shouldn't be admitted to evidence during the guilt phase or innocence phase. Right. But Matthew, we have another problem because some of the people who testified at the initial trial are now dead. Okay, not through Mark's actions. They just died of natural causes. It's been years. Okay, and some of them are dead or are sick now and cannot testify. And the court this time has agreed to play the recording of their testimony from the first trial for the jury. And I'm saying, wait. How does this not open up this exact same loophole in this trial? If you have someone who is dead testifying against you, is that not the same as Julie writing a letter and testifying against Mark? Is that any different? How can we have one and not the other? It blows my mind. Maybe I'm lost on here. If there's a legal reason for that, please fill me in. But it seems to me like we're opening the same can of worms this time. Let's see. Affair or no, no one deserves to be murdered. This is so sad. It is. This is a sad case, and we've got two young kids as well. I thought my eyes were failing, all blurry. Settings, change the setting 1080p, all better. Yes, we are broadcasting in high definition, 1080p. If you're seeing any lower definition, either you've got very poor internet speed, or just change the settings and watch the good feed. High speed drifter, hi. Never dump antifreeze on the ground because dogs and cats sometimes drink it and get poisoned. Yes, and the problem is it has a sweet. I hear it has a sweet flavor, and it is poisoning. It is a poison. It'll kill you. It's bad. Wow, everyone is a member here. There are so many members. We've had some very generous donations of memberships over the past week and a half or so, and so it's been fantastic that way. You don't have to be a member to be here, though. You don't have to be a member to get your question answered. You might have to tag me in it. You might have to say @recovery addict in your question, just because sometimes chat does go fast, especially when court's in session. There's there can be a pretty good sized crowd that pops up here. Let's see. Weather Watch, Kolovar, a few others. Yes, did some amazing gifts. Let's see. Michelle says, do you think the defendant will be found not guilty in the second trial? I think he has a lot of evidence still against him. I don't think this is like his get out of jail free card. That letter was not the only piece of evidence against him. So I think he still has his work cut out for him if he wants to, not be found guilty on this one. There's a lot of evidence they have to overcome somehow. Irene didn't get the notification. Squirrel. However, when it comes to punishment phase, I think this would have been ripe for the jury to consider. Okay, so the letter would work in punishment, but not in the guilt innocence phase. This letter's not coming in at all, according to the judge. Not a single bit. That is an issue. Myra says, I'm new to this case. Do they have a lot that points to him being guilty? Is there anyone who thinks he's innocent? I'm just wondering. There's a lot of stuff. Because this case has been tried already, Myra, we've seen a lot of the evidence from years ago. And so you can go back to Wikipedia and pull up tons of information about this case. The fact that there was a bank robber that testified in this case that was like a cellmate that testified that he was trying to put a hit on somebody and keep, sit on someone during trial so they wouldn't testify and things like that. There's all sorts of allegations in here. It's everything you want in a court case, and hopefully it all comes back again in round 2 for our entertainment and enjoyment. But I do hope justice gets done here. Let's see. Calling the guy you cheat on your husband with a creep makes her look horrible. What a piece of work. Yeah, she did cheat first, I think, as far as who cheated first. I think it was her. Doesn't make it right. Maybe YouTube is getting a glitch too. YouTube's had a couple glitches the last week or so, and it's been frustrating for content creators because of it. TW says, Sheep's Head at South Shore Yacht Club will not be delayed. 1 p.m. sharp. We will excuse you if you have to go to Sheep's Head, so you can win those dimes, because we know how important those are. Because they were cross-examined and the letter was not. Okay, so they would have to, but the cross-examination is limited, right? He can't. What if he has additional questions? Because the evidence that's brought out in other testimony, combined with the evidence that is brought out in this video, suddenly that cross-examination is not thorough because of the different evidence. It will be different. It's not going to be a cookie cutter the same. The words that are said, the way they're presented, are going to be different from different witnesses. But Matthew agrees with you, says the difference is they were subject to cross-examination during the same trial, and they are unavailable witnesses under the rules of evidence. So no problems there. I'm surprised on that one, but I have been educated, and thank you very much. Let's see. Dead people can vote, so why not, says Mac. Mac, you naughty, naughty person. Let's see. Oh, that was the one we answered before. Let me go here. So is the trial today an appeal, correct? The appeal's already been granted. This is a new trial. So the appeal is basically saying when you appeal your case, you have to be found guilty to be able to appeal, right? You can't appeal a trial that you weren't found guilty at. So he was found guilty, and he says because there was a procedural error in my trial, in the process against me, there was a procedural error. Something happened that shouldn't have. You don't appeal and say, hey, that's not fair, I'm not guilty. You have to have a reason. Say, this was done incorrectly. Because of that, I should get a new trial because I think it impacted whether or not I was found guilty or not. The judges agreed and said, yes, you get a new trial, and this time the letter will not be allowed. So we'll see how that goes. So yes, he sort of won the appeal, but this is going to be a regular trial. They put a bittering agent in antifreeze now to stop the sweet taste after so many antifreeze murders. Hopefully it also keeps animals from drinking it. Let's see. Charlie says, if you betray your vows and your family is ruined because of it, don't be surprised if you get anti-frozen. Just saying, not that she deserved it, but yeah, I'd expect my spouse to be murderous too. Betrayal drives people to do some crazy things, and if that's what they felt happened, that's I don't think it's justified, but I can definitely agree that that seems to be a cause in many of these family murders. This guy doesn't seem like a good guy at all, says Irene. Angie says, is this a Florida case? No, this is up in Kenosha County, Wisconsin. It wasn't in Kenosha the first time around. They moved it to another county. Let me see, what county was that?
There's a lawsuit.
They moved it over to, let's see. It was Walworth County the first time. But it actually happened in Kenosha County. So this is the first time that it's going to be tried in Kenosha County. And they ran into a lot of problems with people that just couldn't serve because they either were going to be a witness or potential witness. They knew the family. They knew the situation. They had a lot of information. They went through a lot of jurors to get them seated. Let's see.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Not up here. Not today. Nope. Do you know if a TV movie is made about this case? Pauline, I don't know. It sounds like one that would be. My sister, who believes she knows everything, says eye drops can't kill anyone. If used properly, or if ingested, because Visine is not for ingestion. What is that? Tetra something? I forget the full technical term. It's a fun name to say if you can pronounce it correctly, but it can be bad for you if ingested, especially in mass quantities. Matthew Harris has a two-parter here. We run into a similar issue with prior testimony when we take someone's deposition, but then they die, or even just move prior to trial. So long as they're subject to cross-examination, the deposition transcript and video can be used at trial. Okay, so I will withdraw my objection upon being completely schooled by Matthew and his wiser mind. Thank you very much for the clarification, Matthew, on that. I won't be upset when I see it happen now. When does the trial start? In minutes. As a matter of fact, we're actually seeing a courtroom picture from Law and Crime just from the wall. So I'm just going to pull up and see if we've got the feed from the county. I'm not seeing that yet, so we're going to take this one and just take a look at it. See what's happening. If we have to use these images, we'll have to pause and talk about it frequently. So I do apologize for that ahead of time. It's sort of similar to what we do all the time, but just wanted to give you the heads up. Let's see. Okay. We're all getting the same feed. Branch 4. Okay. I'm not seeing the live stream on YouTube yet, so it looks like they're just setting up the cameras. I'm not sure. Ooh, wow. People are walking into the courtroom. We're getting all sorts of cameras here. There's Mark right there in the suit. the suit and the bracelets. He's wearing some shiny bracelets. They look like they're connected in the middle. But man, it feels good to have court underway again, right? This is good. It looks like he was on shackles as well. The long chain between the two allows you to take sort of normal steps, but prevents running. While we're getting set, while Mark's just settling in to say hello to his attorney and good morning, I'm going to go ahead and give you just a brief ASMR moment with some water. So here's your warning to turn down your volume if you haven't made your comfort break yet. And now we're ready. So this trial starts. It's supposed to start at 9:30 my time, 8:30 Wisconsin time, which we're 5 minutes past. So we're about ready to get underway. Just checking in chat. It looks like Jen Hoff says, "Sorry, I'm late for roll call. Had to put some fires out at work." Jen, I understand, but you still have to type !late in chat. It's a requirement, unfortunately. You have to own up and see just how late you are. And don't let it happen again. No, thanks for being here, Jen. Hope everything's going well at work. Joan says, "I live in Kenosha. I wonder if I could get into the courtroom to watch. I could wear a recovery addict shirt. That would be awesome." Joan. That would be just amazing. But let's see. I'm still waiting for the courtroom's feed to come through, and it's not yet. I'm hoping we don't only have these feeds. Nope. That's the judge coming in. So let's see if we get some audio here in just a moment. Not seeing anything on Court TV's got the same feed as well. They're just delayed by a few seconds. They're just unshackling Mark right now. So they're way back. Way back. Weatherwatch is making it rain. Look at that. Weatherwatch gifted five Recovery Addict memberships. Thank you very much, Weatherwatch. Let's see who was the winner today. Water break, says Izzy. Let's see who won here. Looks like Bradley McKay, J.A., Jean Daugherty, Cheryl Myers. And was there one more? Yes, Daniel Matthews. Congratulations, and thank you, Weatherwatch, for awesoming all over the place. Come on, Kenosha. Let's get this live stream.
On the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, along with Deputy District Attorney.
I'm really going to have to bump this audio.
Public Service Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen. Mr. Jensen appears in person.
And the
Good
custody.
morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for coming on time. We'll wait till you get your equipment here.
You can see that camera right next to the judge. That is a pan-tilt zoom camera. It's remotely operated, has a motor inside, and is able to zoom around the camera at the courtroom. This basically means the judge has given them free reign in the courtroom. So the feeds we're going to have are going to be fantastic from that. Let me see. I was hoping Kenosha would also live stream this, but I'm not seeing it yet. If someone else is seeing the live stream from Kenosha, oh look, they've made friends already. They're just happy to see each other. Look, I've never seen somebody nod their head so vigorously and not experience a medical effect afterwards. That's like almost headbanging. Come on, Kenosha. We need that live stream. Not happening. Okay, so we're going to look for some other ones. For who was it that said they're from Kenosha? Joan, can you give us the names of the news stations in your area, like the channel names? Like, is it going to be like a KFAA type thing, things like that? If you have those, I'd love to get those. I'm going to start checking to see if there's some other news stations that have a better feed than what we have right now. So somebody's having some issues with equipment. Not sure who. It might be the court's own equipment, because generally the photographers and the videographers are not allowed to really change anything once court's in session. Once the judge is there on the bench, you don't touch your cameras, except for possibly the rear camera back in the gallery. You can aim that around.
Hearing equipment that is not working this morning.
It needs to work. Did somebody unplug it? I think it's the court live stream is what they're saying is not working currently. You'll see Mark wear these throughout the trial. I believe he has a hearing issue where he's hard of hearing, so that is just an amplification device. It is pretty jewelry. No, I think you're talking about somebody else. But I think it's just an amplification device so he can hear the events in court as they happen. And he can also hear if you whisper about him. The judge has some water, so we're going to have some water as well. We're going to stay hydrated today. It's going to be a long one. Congrats to the big wieners. You are the wiener. Yes, thank you very much, Weather Watch, for the awesomeness this morning. What are the antifreeze murders? Can someone tell me? Yes, Jade. This basically is just one. I mean, there are other murders that involve antifreeze, but this particular trial, the gentleman you see on camera right now, that is Mark Jensen, and he's accused of murdering his wife using sleeping pills, antifreeze, and possibly suffocation. We know that in their marriage it was a little rocky. About 7 years prior to her murder, she had had an affair. I think immediately prior to her murder as well, he had an affair, had a mistress, which he ended up marrying. That mistress testified against him in the first trial. Now, since that trial, they were divorced, and now she's going to testify against him again. So his ex is going to be on the stand at some point during this trial. Just crazy stuff. I'm not sure if the bank robber who overheard him saying, "I'll give you $50,000 now and $50,000 after the job's done," regarding keeping someone from testifying against him. I'm not sure if he's going to testify or not. We'll see. It's good to see the live trial start. Yes. Thanks for the sound effects. You're welcome. The husband was found guilty of killing his wife by dosing her tea with antifreeze. Yes, and he won an appeal because there was a piece of evidence admitted that was ruled that should not have been admitted, and that was a letter that the wife wrote before she died saying, "If I die, it was Mark." Is that their state seal? Stares in Texan. We'll have to look back at the seal. What was it about the seal? That move you just saw the camera do was the slowest pan zoom I've ever seen. Complete opposite to what we saw in Idaho with BK. How long has the defendant been in prison, recovery addict? Since 2000. Now I have to look. Let's see, 2005 for some reason. It was 3 years after her death that he was charged, and it took a while for the trial to work through. Let's see, Mark Jensen. Give me a second here, I'll tell you. Okay. The trial ended in February 22nd, 2008, and so he's been in prison since then. Life with no chance of parole. Jensen's two sons have supported him.
We'll continue now. The appearances have been stated. We're still on the record. I wanted to thank the jury again for coming in on time, folks. We are going to start the trial then. We have to swear you in again, so if everybody could raise your right hands.
Good morning.
We waited so long for this.
Do you and each of you swear you will well and truly try the issue joined between the state of Wisconsin, the plaintiff, and Mark Jensen, the defendant, and unless discharged by the court, give a true verdict according to the law and the evidence given in court, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Has been sworn in.
Oh, my goodness.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I have to read what is called preliminary jury instructions. You'll have more instructions after we finish the case, but these preliminary instructions will give you some idea
This audio is so
how
bad.
we're going to proceed with the trial. And then after I'm done, the attorneys will do their opening statements. So with that, I will begin by saying before the trial begins, there are certain instructions you should have to better understand your functions as a juror and how you should conduct yourself during the trial. Your duty is to decide the case based solely on the evidence presented and the law given to you by the court. Do not let any personal feelings or bias or prejudice about such things as race, religion, national origin, sex, or age affect your deliberations. Do not begin your deliberations and discussions of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case amongst yourself or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room.
Let me just
You
say,
may be excused from the courtroom when it's necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, the
I want to say
lawyers or the
something about these little
witnesses,
earphones
do
he's
not
listening to.
speak with them. For their part, the parties, the lawyers, and the witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors.
It's not an electric shock collar.
Do not listen to any conversation about this case. There are a number of representatives from the media covering this trial.
Yes, there are.
As was discussed earlier, what the media may report is not of the standard necessary for jury use in deciding the great issues which will be presented to you in this case. For that reason, you must not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news
I've got a better
accounts
feed here. Just
on
one
the
second.
radio or television about this trial. Do not watch or listen to any newscasts on television or radio which originate from Milwaukee, Kenosha, Whitewater, or Lake Geneva for the duration of the trial.
What about Lake
Do
Wobegon?
not read the Kenosha News, the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, the Janesville Gazette, the Week, the Midweek, or the Racine Journal-Times. Do not read
don't do that,
anything
read them
at all
ever.
on the Internet which pertains to this case. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene. Do not engage in any experimentation or research relating to any issues, facts, or persons involved in this case. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, websites, or other reference materials for any additional information regarding this case or any issues which may pertain to it.
Okay, we're going to jump ahead just a
Anything
couple
you may
seconds.
see or hear out or other reference materials for any additional
Actually, it's behind.
information
Okay.
regarding this case or any issues which may pertain to it.
We're going to bring
Anything
the
you
audio
may
up
see
just
or
a tiny
hear
bit.
outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Television and photography will be occurring during this trial.
Yes, they will.
Under no circumstances will televising or photographing members of the jury be permitted. And so you will not be pictured in any images which are ever broadcast or telecast. For those who may be interested, I have requested that the media make available to you, after the trial is over, access to all the media accounts which will be telecast during the trial. It's critically important to the fairness of this trial that you adhere to this order.
Never heard that order
you
before.
not read, watch, or listen any account of these proceedings. You must understand that the violation of this order will have serious repercussions.
It's Live on
both
Law
for
and
the
Crime on
integrity of
YouTube
the
in
trial
Ireland.
and for anyone who would violate the court's order. Your ability to remain without sequestration is dependent upon compliance with this order, and you must also understand that any intentional violation will be punished as contempt of court. If you see or hear any outside information about this case, you must promptly report that to the court.
I do know about Prairie Home
Evidence.
Companion.
Evidence is
Thank you
first
very
the
much for the
sworn testimony
super
of
chat,
witnesses, both on
Julianne.
direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. 3, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. Objections of counsel, evidence received over objection. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. Note-taking permitted. You are not required to, but you may take notes during this trial, except during the opening statements and closing arguments. The court will provide you with the materials. In taking notes, you must be careful that it does not distract you from carefully listening to and observing the witnesses. You may rely on your notes to refresh your memory during your deliberations. Otherwise, keep them confidential. After the trial, the notes will be collected and destroyed. Transcripts not available for
Lots of advice
deliberations.
for the juries here.
You will not have a copy of the written transcript of the trial testimony available for use during your deliberations. You should pay careful attention to all the testimony because you must rely primarily on your memory of the evidence and testimony introduced during the trial. The credibility of witnesses. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize into the way the testimony of witnesses and determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors.
You look tired.
Whether the witness had an interest or a lack of interest in the result of this trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during a trial which tend either to support or discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive.
I don't know if they're sequestered.
There's no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead,
I don't think they are right now.
Use your common sense and experience in everyday life. You determine for yourself
Kevin,
the reliability
TMJ4.
of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. I'm going to give you the elements of first-degree intentional homicide. First-degree intentional homicide is defined in Statute 94001 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin.
Let me turn him down just a
is
little bit.
committed by one who
Let's see,
causes the
we're
death
on
of
3.
another human being with the intent to kill that person or another.
His microphone is the problem.
Of proof.
He's reading, he's leaning forward, and he's blowing out the microphone setting. And you can see there are 2 microphones, one for the courtroom and one for the audio we're getting. And it's just blowing out that little wire that wraps around the microphone. That's the one that we're getting the audio from. And it's just blowing it out. Hopefully, once trial begins, he'll sit up a little bit more, and it will be a little clearer.
Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Number 2, the defendant acted with the intent to kill Julie Jensen. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being.
That was somebody
who was
else.
aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. When may intent exist? While the law requires that the defendant acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even
But what
for
if
a
you
minute.
search the internet for months
There
about it?
need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act,
Nico, yes, he
including
did.
the instant before the
This
act.
is a retrial.
And must continue to exist at the time of the act. Deciding about intent, you cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances, in this case, bearing upon intent. Intent and motive. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something, while motive may be shown as a circumstance in aiding to establish the guilt of a defendant. The state is not required to prove motive on part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. Burden of proof, the presumption of innocence. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence which Karen.
Thank you, Joan. I'm going to look for a couple other channels.
Judgment, reason, and prudence. Presumption of innocence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The state's burden of proof. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Reasonable hypothesis. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The meaning of reasonable doubt. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth. Opening statements.
Okay, here
the
we go.
lawyers will now make their opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show, so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, opening statements are not evidence. With that, is the state ready to proceed with their opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Okay, I have 3 feeds now. Thank you, Joan, for the information, first of all. I do have WTMJ, which we're looking right now. We also have WISN. I've got Law and Crime as a backup. All of them have the audio is awful.
Go ahead.
I'm just waiting for your quote.
Like I said, we'll wait.
Let me see if I can test these other ones, because they're all in sync for me. Let's see. So we've got channel 6. There we go.
This is Julie Jensen. She's with her two sons, David, the older boy, and Douglas, the little boy. As you are aware by now, in this case, Mark Jensen, the defendant, stands accused of murdering his wife, Julie Jensen, in 1998 by poisoning her with ethylene glycol, the main ingredient in antifreeze. Now, when you have a murder case such as this, you hear evidence in great
We lost all our
detail
feed.
about the person
All
who was
sources
killed.
lost the feed.
So you're going to hear evidence about how Julie's body was discovered dead in her bed at her home.
And we're back. Somebody hit the fade to black
You'll
button.
hear detailed evidence about things like how her arm was positioned, the lividity of the blood in her body, how her face looked buried in the pillow. You're going to hear about Julie's blood and what was in it, her stomach contents and her kidneys, and how they revealed the evidence of the ethylene glycol poisoning. And there's two things that you're going to hear in the evidence that you should know about ethylene glycol poisoning.
Hey, Jade.
A person
go
should
to,
not have ethylene glycol in
Go to
their
Wikipedia
system.
and look up Julie Jensen
The
death.
human body is made up of all sorts of things, but ethylene glycol is not one of them. So if ethylene glycol is found in a person, that is instant evidence of poisoning. And it has happened that some people have accidentally killed themselves with ethylene glycol, and some people have purposefully committed suicide by drinking ethylene glycol. But in this case, the evidence you're going to hear is that the defendant murdered his wife with ethylene glycol, that this was not Julie Jensen ingesting that substance to commit suicide. And that leads me to the other thing you should know about ethylene glycol. It's a drug that is not commonly tested for at autopsy. At autopsies, there are tests that are done for drugs, like prescription drugs or illegal street drugs. But ethylene glycol, such an unusual substance, is not typically tested for. And so a person doing an autopsy isn't necessarily going to find it unless they're looking for it. So you're going to hear that evidence about the ethylene glycol in Julie Jensen's blood and in her stomach, and other evidence of that poisoning in her system. You may even see some photos from the autopsy showing evidence from the inside of her body. So in this trial, you're going
That's
to
not
hear
pretty. Photos from the inside
Julie
of the body.
Jensen talked about in that way, that detached, impersonal evidence. But this is Julie Jensen. And in this murder case, even more important than how her body was found and what was in her blood and her stomach, even more important than that is the evidence you will hear about Julie the person. You are going to hear from witness after witness, people who knew Julie in various aspects of her life, that her family and her children were everything to her. She even had a specialized license plate on her car, My 3Ds, that stood for her two children, David and Douglas, and the father of her children, the third D, Daddy, that was for Mark Jensen.
There's a joke
When
there, but I
Julie
didn't go
Jensen
there.
died, her oldest son, David, he was 8 years old. He was in third grade at Southport Elementary School. And you are going to hear from David's third grade teacher. Her name is Therese DeFazio.
Third grade teacher.
And she's a
Yes.
witness in this case because Julie Jensen was very involved in her son's life. She was actually a room mother in this third grade class. And so even though her youngest child, Douglas, he was only 3 years old, and she was a stay-at-home mom, it doesn't mean that she just stayed at home. Every Wednesday morning, starting in the beginning of that school year in 1998, Julie would volunteer in David's classroom to help out Ms. DeFazio. She would help the other students in the class and help Ms. DeFazio with various projects. And one thing that Julie Jensen and Ms. DeFazio had in common that you'll hear about in the evidence is that Ms. DeFazio had 2 sons too, 2 older sons. And so that was a topic of conversation between them because Julie Jensen was asking her for advice. What do you do with 2 sons? How do you raise your sons?
I don't know how long the first trial was,
the future,
but the deliberations were 30 hours
for David,
by the jury.
A very bright child. And Julie Jensen was also a big part of her children's activities. She was the kind of mom who would make Halloween costumes for her kids by hand. She was good at crafts and sewing, and she was a good baker. And you're going to hear in this case a lot about the neighborhood. The Jensens lived in Pleasant Prairie in a neighborhood known as Carroll Beach, which is near the lake. They had a nice yard with a beautiful garden, a swimming pool, and you'll hear from the neighbors who often saw Julie playing in the yard with the children or neighborhood children coming over to the house because they had the swimming pool. But Julie Jensen also had a life outside her children. Before her oldest son was born, she worked as an assistant at a stock brokerage firm. And even when she was a stay-at-home mom, she wasn't an isolated person. She was outgoing. She went out of her way to meet and get to know her neighbors. She made her neighbors her friends.
Julie, I don't know how they can't know.
You're going to hear from a variety of neighbors who say that about Julie
because there will be dates and stuff given. They'll know that
she
this
was
is a long
also
time ago.
active in
I
a
think they'll know
neighborhood
it's a
book
retrial.
club. You're going to hear about the book club. The month before Julie Jensen died, in November of 1998, she hosted the book club and she invited the ladies in the book club into her home. Finally, she was an avid gardener. Gardening was really her passion, so she would be outside a lot working on the garden. In the week of her death, she called a neighbor just to discuss gardening, some seeds that the neighbor had or had grown. Julie Jensen was looking to purchase that in the future and was asking questions about it of her neighbor.
We'll talk about the letter if there's a break. We read it earlier this morning.
Julie Jensen in the fall of 1998.
The letter will not be admitted in court as evidence.
But before we talk about that time, the fall of 1998, I want to go back to 1990 and to 1991 in the months after David, her oldest, was born. Now, that's a big transition time in a marriage, the time before kids and the time after kids. And it caused some issues in the Jensen marriage. Julie felt that the defendant was not involved enough with David, not supportive enough. And she had returned to work part-time after David's birth.
I would have to sync it manually. How far off are you
too.
seeing it? Let's see.
And Julie Jensen during that time was suffering from some postpartum depression. And she went to a psychotherapist.
Sorry to tell right now while he's on the screen.
She saw the psychotherapist for about a year. She was prescribed an antidepressant. And the defendant also went to this psychotherapist several times too, because the therapist felt it was useful to see both the Jensens, and these sessions lasted about a year. So in this trial, if you hear about Julie Jensen's history of depression, that this is a suicide because she had a history of depression, well, that's it. The postpartum depression and seasonal affective disorder when the seasons change, like fall, that she was treated for 1 year in 1990 to 1991. Julie Jensen did not have a history of suicide attempts. She did not have suicidal ideation. She had no suicide plans. And what a therapist is supposed to do, what you'll hear in the evidence, is ask someone if they have signs of depression to ask that person about risk of suicide. At no time did Julie Jensen ever say she was contemplating suicide. And in fact, she would cite her children. She could never do it because of her kids. And that's what happened in 1990 and 1991. And really what you're going to hear is the problem during that time period was with the Jensen marriage. In addition to Julie Jensen's concerns about the defendant's lack of involvement with David,
thanks, Richard.
She just felt the defendant didn't love her anymore. and she even contemplated divorce during that time period.
She filed for it.
Julie Jensen began confiding in a coworker, a man named Perry Tarica. He was going through a divorce, and he also had a young child. And one weekend, Julie made the mistake of inviting Perry Tarica to her home on a weekend when her husband was gone. And that weekend, she had sex, she had a fling with Perry Tarica. So she cheated on her husband. Now, that's the only time Julie Jensen and Perry Tarica were intimate. And you can tell from the evidence that Julie Jensen immediately regretted this. She cut off the relationship with this man immediately. And she even left her employment where they had worked together.
Tag, it should be synced if you refresh the page or try a different
browser.
browser.
After that, Julie
should
Jensen
work.
decided to not keep secrets from her husband again. And in this trial, I expect you'll hear from Perry Tarica as a witness. I expect you'll hear about this relationship he and Julie Jensen had as co-workers at first, and then confiding in each other about their more personal issues. And you'll hear about during that time period, as Julie was contemplating divorce, she even went with Mr. Tarica to his divorce lawyer. And in fact, in June of 1991, Julie Jensen did file for divorce, though obviously that didn't go through.
She withdrew.
The reason I am going back to 1990 and 1991 is because that changed everything in the Jensen marriage. You will hear in the evidence that the defendant never forgave Julie Jensen for that affair.
Yeah, I want more passion in her voice, Matthew. I agree with you.
There's no obligation to
There's
forgive
no fiery
a spouse
condemnation.
for an
There's
affair.
no.
That's not required. Sometimes affairs break relationships. They break marriages.
It's very dry.
When that happens, divorce is always an option. Forgiveness is not required. But Mark Jensen did not file for divorce. Instead, he engaged in a campaign of covert harassment directed at his wife
Psychic.
to degrade her and
If
gratify
anyone
her.
is having trouble with the audio sync, if it looks like the sound is coming when her mouth's not moving,
In a case that is
refresh
full
the
of
page
strange
and it
facts,
should pull back up.
This harassment over the
It's
course of
on my end, on the
years
sending side, it is
perhaps
lined
the
up. So
strangest.
something happened on the YouTube side. A lot of people are having that, but they refresh
And
it, it
here's
should get
how
better.
it would look. From time to time, starting after Julie's affair, someone would apparently be leaving pornographic images outside of the Jensen home, on the deck, in the shed, even, allegedly, mailing these pornographic images to the defendant's place of work and leaving them on his car at work. And so what were these images? Well, almost all of them appeared to be printed out computer photos, so in black and white, on regular paper. Only once was it an actual photograph that was left. And these photos were pornographic. They would show sexual activity. Sometimes sexual intercourse,
This might be,
sometimes oral sex.
get very explicit
sometimes
here,
a
just
woman
heads up.
positioned as though she was about to perform oral sex on a man. And sometimes just naked photos of men with erect penises.
Yeah, it went there. So
Another feature of this harassment was phone calls.
and these were sent to his
Far
car.
more than the occasional hang-up call that people
Or to
got
her.
in the 1990s. Over and over and over again, call after call of hang-ups. And a lot of this was directed towards Mark, he said, that he would get
Rhonda
these
has,
harassing
or
calls
Rhonda,
at work.
Mark has some
that he
hearing
would
loss,
receive
and so
these
these are
harassing
amplified
photos at work.
listening system.
And so over and over and over again, Julie Jensen reported this activity to the Pleasant Prairie Police Department, beginning in 1991 after that affair, and all the way through the beginning of 1998, this continued. An extremely long length of time, almost 7 years. And this happened so frequently, and Julie Jensen reported it to the police, that she actually asked to just speak to one officer, so she wouldn't have to say the whole story over and over again. And that officer ended up being Officer Ron Cosman. And so how it would work is most of the images were purportedly found by the defendant. That's what Julie told the police. The defendant would come to her and present her with the images he had found at work or at home. And as the Jensens reported it to the police, they believed the culprit was Perry Tarica. Because it seemed as though the images were chosen to resemble Julie. And the frightening idea was presented that this man, Perry Tarica, had secretly taken pictures of him and Julie when they had sex that long time ago. That he had had this fling with Julie and now he was rubbing it in her face to humiliate her for years. And the police tried to investigate this. The police suggested
we've had a few words
Julie
this morning.
that she keep a log of this
there.
activity. And you're going to see that she did. She kept a handwritten log. And it's actually stunning to see because it's so long. There's just page after page of this harassing activity. Because the defendant had said that these images were frequently left at his vehicle at work, the Pleasant Prairie Police Department suggested that the Jensens hire a private investigator. Maybe that person can stake out the car and see if they catch anybody.
Because the cops aren't going to do that for you.
Or they suggested placing a video camera, videotape the car, and see if anyone leaves anything. But these efforts didn't work. The defendant was aware of this private investigator. And so while that private investigator was involved, nothing happened. The police also suggested putting a trace on the phone through the phone company. Remember, we're talking about the 90s, and so no caller ID. But when these traces were put on, the calls would stop. So the anonymous perpetrator could not be found that way.
Yeah, there goes the monetization. It's at the window.
And so Officer Ron Cosman, he had a lot of contacts with Julie about this because of the harassment. And he was thinking about these traces. And he was thinking, well, how could these phone calls stop when we try to put these traces on? How could the perpetrator know to stop these calls? The only people who know about these traces are the Jensens and me, the police officer. And so Ron Cosman specifically asked Julie, for the last trace that was done, he asked her not to tell the defendant. And so when the last trace is put on, and Officer Ron Cosman is checking in on that, and so he goes to Julie's house and he asks her if the calls had continued, and she said no. But Julie wasn't looking him in the eye. And so he asked her, did you tell the defendant this trace was going on? And she admitted that she had. And at that moment, Ron Cosman was frustrated with her. He said, why'd you do that? And so Julie explained, remember, in her mind, this harassment is her fault. It's because of that affair. This degradation, what her husband is going through, what she's going through, it's her fault. And she said, well, after that affair, she just didn't want to keep things from the defendant. Didn't feel right not to tell him, so she told him. And it's true that the man that Julie Jensen had this affair with, he was a suspect too. But the thing is, he had never even lived in Wisconsin, and then even living in Illinois, he ended up moving away, far away, like you'd have to fly a plane. He ended up moving far away early on.
This is the
this
first
harassment,
retrial.
Again, went on for like 7 years.
I don't expect any more.
And so it just didn't make sense. He's coming back to Wisconsin to leave these pictures around the Jensen home. It's not even a drive away. To leave these pictures at Mark Jensen's place of work, it just doesn't make sense.
Rhonda says this is spicy. She needs to read like it.
This log that Julie kept of this harassment. And Julie Jensen ended up dying. She died on December 3rd of 1998. But this virtually constant harassment that had been going on since 1991, it slows down after June of 1998, and then it comes to a total stop after August of 1998. And you're going to hear in the evidence in this period of time that that's when the defendant gets a girlfriend. That's when his affair starts. Now, you're also going to hear about computer evidence. And most of the computer evidence relates to the murder itself, but some of it relates to this harassment. And one thing you'll hear
we're having some trouble
is that
here.
the defendant,
Give me a
on
second.
his work computer, which was seized by the police, this is a 2002 computer. So years after the harassment, but it's still relevant for this reason. On this 2002 work computer, the defendant had an extensive collection of pornographic images.
Judge, I object at this point, and I'd ask for a sidebar.
There's our first objection.
Why don't you guys go on back for a second? We're going to just take care of it right away.
We're gonna hash this out. Apparently, that information should not have been shared, according to the defense, or it's not relevant. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, we can get the feed here fixed. We're having some issues, just a wee bit. I think it's on my computer end. Let's see. Let's see if it's
Images of pornography,
There we go.
unless
We
they
get to
can
hear it.
somehow be connected to the images that were given, that were dropped around the house or around the work. I'm not sure how that's relevant. It's years after Julie Jensen's death, and unless there's a direct connection, a computer he had after her death, I don't know how that's relevant or those images would be relevant.
Your Honor, I'll just say this. I think it's outrageous that Ms. McNeil's opening statement was interrupted by this. Defense counsel has known for years, that this evidence had been admitted at the last trial. If it was defense counsel's intention to bring a motion to exclude this evidence, that motion should have been heard by this court. We had numerous pretrial motions. There's never been any question that this evidence was going to be admitted during the course of this trial. And this evidence is clearly critically relevant to the evidence the state is going to be presenting during the course of this case. These 2,200 penis photos that were on the defendant's computer demonstrate a number of things. It demonstrates his odd preoccupation with the male member. It demonstrates that his level of offense that he took, that his wife, Julie, had this affair with this Perry Tariqa, in which she had apparently performed fellatio upon Perry Tariqa, but it was something that she wouldn't do with him.
We're getting all the words today.
These Venus photos that were left around the house for years and years and years, according to the investigating officers, including a Detective Ellis, who was a private detective in this matter, reflected that somebody had an enormous array of pornography that they could tap in order to find penis photos that included a person that kind of looked like Julie, and included a background that where they could not exclude her bedroom as being the place where these photos were taken. There was ample testimony about this at the last trial. The relevance of the other act's evidence has already been ruled upon
We need a distraction
by the
here
Wisconsin
soon.
Court of Appeals, and it's the law of the case in this matter. So to interrupt this opening statement on this basis is outrageous, and the objection should be overruled, and we should continue with this opening statement.
This guy does have the Alfred Hitchcock sort of look.
Thank you, Judge. I have to object when I think there's irrelevant, inadmissible evidence being presented. And I'm going to continue to do that during witnesses, even if they testified about it last time, because this court decides what's relevant in this case. Unless they can connect these 2002 penis pictures to the evidence prior to 1998, I don't understand how it's relevant. If the pictures that the Jensens were receiving were of someone giving fellatio, and these are just penis pictures, again, I'm not sure how it's relevant to the death of Julie Jensen.
All right. What I'm going to say is
we have
the
a phrase
last
of the day.
statement by Ms. Krause would be a great statement at a closing argument, because we would have had all the evidence come in, and if the defense
If it's allowed to
had
close,
made a
it's allowed to
motion
open.
on relevance and I had overruled it, the defense could argue, well, even though it came in, we don't think it's relevant. We're at opening statements. I don't see, mean, this is not my first rodeo. I don't see a lot of objections at opening statements. And a lot of times, statements are made and then they come back to haunt the other party because that evidence was never presented. It never came in.
Like in the Aaron Dean
So
trial.
I just read to the jury, opening statements are not evidence. They're an opportunity to tell you what the evidence will show. And if the state wants to bring in this evidence, I'm not going to prejudge every little bit of statement that's being made now and rule whether it's relevant or not. We're going to be here for 3 years, not 5 weeks. So it's not a good objection.
It's not a
I
good
understand,
objection.
Judge, and I
You,
will.
you have a right, but it's not a good objection. I want it noted for the record.
He's already
Bring
upset.
the jury back.
Bring him back. Sit him down. Say it again. Yeah, I didn't think we were going to go there. I thought we had a murder trial, not this. But here we are, and the family-friendly channel now has some explaining to do. I don't think Mrs. R.A. is going to be watching this one with the kids in the other room. That's how it goes. R.A. is blushing. I'm surprised. Let's put it that way. I'm trying to get the video synced up. We had the TMJ, which was a feed I prefer to use. So I've got to do just a little bit of work behind the scenes here to get that one working again, because it went weird on me. The quality drops to almost nothing, like 240p type. We're going to take it back up to 1080p. Okay. Now I have to sync them back up again. Takes a little bit of work, but we'll get this going. Yeah, the jury.
Gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are back on the record.
Jury gets to hear all sorts of things. Okay, I'm going to have to pause. Oh, stand up again. Sit down.
All right, we're back on
To
the
the
record on the
hokey-pokey.
Jensen matter.
Yeah,
The jury
okay.
has returned to the courtroom. The appearances are the same. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to overrule the objection, and the state can continue with their opening statement. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
She's going to re-say that.
So these 2002 images on the work computer, they're relevant because
Work
it shows
computer.
that the defendant had an extensive collection of pornographic images that were categorized and were similar to the harassing images that were left around the Jensen residence over that period of time. And I describe those images for a reason, because they connect to these 2002 images found on the defendant's work computer. But that's in 2002. So let's talk about 1998. What you're going to see here is you're going to see an example of Julie's log, what she kept, what she hand wrote about this harassing activity. You'll see the date at the top there, January 19th of 1998, and what Julie Jensen described as new tactics live on the internet. And so she's describing this harassment that is apparently occurring now with a change of tactics over the internet. And then what I want to show you next is what is noted on April 13th of 1998. Julie Jensen notes in this log an email that's part of the harassment. Here's the email. You'll see that it's from someone by the name of Turtle, that's the name in the email, to Mark Jensen. And then you'll see in the text of the email, consistent with the harassment, here's a few for Jay, so Julie, of
Okay,
me soft. Also a shot I took
I don't
without her
know
knowing it of a married girl in
where
the
this is
office I'm
going.
currently doing at a nearby hotel. Attached to this email are 3 images, 3 pornographic images of nude males.
And
And
we're
then
going to do
what
this
looks
for
like
just
a
a second.
surreptitious image taken
Because
of
this
a
could-
topless woman in a hotel room.
This could go south.
And it's consistent
really
with the
fast.
harassment, because here's this harasser suggesting essentially he's doing it to another woman taking pictures of her secretly, which was the same implication given to Julie Jensen.
Tell me again who told me to follow this case.
And then also, again, of course,
who was it that said this would be a good one to
male.
follow? Go ahead and own up real quick.
This email is from M. Jensen at execpc.com to M. Jensen at execpc.com with the names changed. So the way you would see this email in 1998, it would just look like it's from an anonymous person named Turtle to Mark
Sent it
Jensen.
to himself.
But the way our computer analysts can see the email, our computer analysts can see who it's from.
It doesn't take a computer analyst
It's an
to
email
do
the
that.
defendant sent to himself, pretending
Defense called the
under
objection. It was
disguise
overruled.
to be, he's acting as the perpetrator of this harassment. So how do we know Mark Jensen is really the harasser? A variety of things, but this email
You guys
proves
are crazy.
it.
I'm sure hoping
Where
they don't
else
show
do we see
something.
the email?
Because I'll have to take
We
everything
see
down
this
really
same
fast.
email address show up
Is this AOL?
on the Jensen home computer.
It's like Windows 3.1 or maybe
This
Windows 95
email address,
there.
mjensen at execpc.com, is in the Jensen home computer
Golden Girl.
under the name Mark Jensen.
It was me. I didn't know it was going to get the steamy either, so sorry.
So this harassing, degrading email that's noted in Julie's log was sent by Mark Jensen to Mark Jensen under the guise of the harasser to be presented by the defendant to Julie as continued punishment for her affair. Now, years later, in the spring of 1998. So that's the evidence that you're going to
I'm gonna
hear, that the
switch
first time the
cameras here.
Jensen marriage was on
Finally
the
got it
rocks
synced
in
up.
the
That
early
took a little bit of work.
1990s, that Julie Jensen sought counseling and treatment. She was treated for depression. She seriously contemplated divorce and even filed for divorce in 1991.
This isn't any issues for my
In
channel. If a
contrast,
picture were shown, it would be an issue.
Mark Jensen engaged in a
I just-
years-long
I just didn't
covert
know it was gonna
campaign
go here.
to harass and punish his wife. So let's turn to what's happening in 1998 when the Jensen marriage was again crumbling. In 1998, Mark Jensen had moved jobs. He was now working as a stockbroker at a company called Stiefel Nicholas. The home base for that company was in St. Louis. And working in St. Louis as an assistant to the defendant's boss was a woman by the name of Kelly Labonte.
Yeah, lots of evidence presented
In
there,
this
huh?
case, Kelly Labonte is sometimes referred to as the motive, because the defendant began having an affair with her in around September of 1998.
There's a retrial because he won an appeal. Something was
And this
used
was
in
a
evidence
very
that shouldn't
serious
have been in the previous
relationship.
trial.
Because shortly after Julie Jensen's death, just in the weeks after,
I didn't know this
Kelly
where it was going to
Labonte
go.
would come to Pleasant Prairie to visit. She would stay at the defendant's house. Soon thereafter, she moved to Wisconsin. She remained in a relationship with the defendant for years after Julie's death. She married him. She had a child with him. And they were together until about 2009 when they divorced. And part of this evidence, an important part of this evidence, the computer evidence, right here, you can see in this picture,
Some
in
more
the back
pictures.
here, that's the home computer. A picture of the Jensen home computer in their home in 1998. And so because
yes,
we're
there will be a
talking
camera
about
in court tomorrow.
1998,
I'm not sure if it'll be live
we're
yet.
talking about not a laptop or something mobile. We're talking about a desktop computer that has its own room in the Jensen residence. This isn't in a bedroom or a room that's occupied for people for other reasons. There's no TV. This is the computer room, essentially.
There probably is a time limit. It was probably stipulated in a pretrial.
And what you're going
hearing.
to see is that on this computer, after it was seized by the police, the day of Julie's death, on this computer, the police found emails between the defendant and Kelly Labonte. Now, these were work emails in the sense that what the defendant was doing is he was accessing his work emails from home. which now is pretty normal to do on your cell phone or on your laptop. But back then in 1998, with dial-up internet, that was pretty sophisticated. And you're going to hear the detective in that time frame didn't even fully understand it. How are these work emails on the home computer? But that's how they were accessed.
How does email get from one computer to another?
And so
it's confusing.
the detective sees these work
didn't
emails,
understand how it worked.
but he sees they're not just emails between coworkers. These emails are full of sexual innuendo, and it's obvious that these people, during the fall of 1998, they were in a relationship. They were having an affair, because Kelly ended up getting married too in that time period. In fact, in one of these emails from October of 1998, the defendant refers to Kelly Labonte as his girlfriend. And they end the emails frequently, almost all the time, with IDLY. I do love you. So within a few months,
what else could that
after
mean?
Julie Jensen's
Wrong answers
death,
only. IDLY
the police are
in chat.
aware of this affair,
How would you end a
the
letter?
motive.
IDLY. What does it stand for?
And the detective
Wrong answers
sits
only.
down with the defendant in April of 1999, so a few months after Julie's death. And as this investigation is continuing, the detective, who has seen these emails, asks the defendant about Kelly Labonte. And the defendant lies. He says before Julie's death, they were just co-workers and friends. He had only seen her a few
Can't
times.
click on all
They weren't
these.
in a relationship. And even at that point, in the spring of 1999, he wouldn't describe them as dating. It's a lot of hemming and hawing about what he wanted to call them. And he certainly didn't want to admit to having this affair.
Different prosecutors.
Now, in this trial, I expect the undisputed evidence is going to show that the defendant was in the midst of an affair with Kelly Labonte when he killed his wife, Julie. Now, Julie was a perceptive person, and in the fall of 1998, she noticed changes in her husband. She knew that something was wrong. Something had changed after her husband had started this new job at Stiefel Nicholas.
You guys are hilarious.
And she even suspected that maybe there was another woman, maybe her husband was having an affair. But the proof that the police had found was on the computer. And a critical part of the evidence that you're going to hear in this case is that Julie Jensen didn't know anything about computers. Now, nowadays, that sounds almost impossible in 2023, but life was different in 1998. People did exist without computers. They had grown up without computers.
She lost me there
If you were an
last one.
adult in 1998, you'd grown up without a computer. You started your work life, no computer. No one had these little computers in their pocket. And the internet itself was in its infancy. This is dial-up internet. You can probably hear it when I say the words, hear it yelling at you. And so what you're going to hear in this case is that this internet, this incredibly slow internet, this is something that Julie Jensen never used.
Incredibly slow.
You're going to hear that Julie Jensen didn't have an email address. There's no evidence of her sending an email. You'll see that this computer evidence, that computer in the Jensen home, the internet was only used on that computer during times when the defendant was home. And Julie was a stay-at-home mom, so she had access to this computer all day long. But the computer analyst can tell when the internet was being accessed, the times.
I don't think she was alive in
And they can tell that when
1998.
Julie's home alone, no one's using the internet.
She's read about this in a history book.
It's only when the defendant is home, late at night, the early morning hours, when it's used during the daytime, it's on a weekend. Those are the times the internet is being used on this computer. And you're going to hear that there's also several documented times when we know from the evidence the defendant was out of town. There's no internet usage during those times. Julie Jensen did not use the computer or the internet back in 1998 when that was actually possible. You're even going to hear an anecdote from Therese DeFazio. Remember, she's the third grade teacher. You're going to hear that when Julie Jensen came to her classroom and offered to volunteer, Therese DeFazio thought, oh, it might be helpful. Maybe Julie can help the kids in their computer lab. And so Therese DeFazio suggested that, and Julie was like, oh no, I don't even know how to turn on a computer. You know, Julie wanted to be helpful, but she told Therese DeFazio way back at the beginning of the school year, I really can't help with the computers. I can maybe type if someone opens a program for me, but that's it. So with proof of the defendant's affair being on the computer, Julie didn't have proof, only suspicions. She and her
There's not a
husband
limit
were
to how many
arguing
appeals you
all
can
the
have,
time,
but
and she said when
you
the
would appeal
defendant
the second
wasn't
trial,
arguing
'cause
with
it-
her, he
the
basically
first one
didn't
is sort
speak
of
to her at all.
deleted when
Their
you have the
relationship in
second trial.
1998, that
So
fall
something
was
would have
just
to be
falling
wrong in the
apart.
second trial to have an appeal on that one.
And once again, as in 1990, 1991, Julie was contemplating divorce.
Assuming you won the appeal. You can appeal
Now,
on
during
lots of
this
different
time
grounds, so
period,
tons.
there were a few people that Julie
Are we going to
Jensen
address subject matter
confided in.
jurisdiction?
Particularly, you're going to hear these names a lot, particularly her neighbors, Margaret and Ted Voigt. Now, I call them Julie's neighbors, but you're going to see in the evidence that they were really more than neighbors. They were friends. They had lived next to each other for years. The Voigts also had 2 children who were growing up. They both spent a lot of time outside. The Voigts' children would come over
was
to
found
play
guilty
in the
before.
pool. They would
We'll
see
see if he gets
Julie
found guilty
outside all
again.
the time, working on the garden. They would socialize with each other. They went out to dinners. They went to places like Six Flags with their kids. They went to the zoo or birthday parties. So they were friends. They were more than neighbors. In fact, you're going to hear in the evidence that Julie Jensen saw the Voigts so commonly that it was basically every day. Virtually every day they'd see each other and chat with each other. So one day, about 5 or 6 weeks before Julie died, in about late
held in
October
prison
of 1998,
while he's retried.
Ted Voigt saw Julie Jensen in the front of her house. There was a bench there, and she was sitting there and she was crying. And Ted Voigt was getting ready for work that morning, but he saw his friend, his neighbor, crying. And so he went over to her. And this is the first of a series of conversations that Julie Jensen had with Ted Voigt about her concerns about her marriage and what was going on with the defendant. You'll hear about these conversations in detail in the evidence, but basically over the course of these 5 or 6 weeks before her death, Julie Jensen told Ted Voigt about the arguments with the defendant, how the defendant seemed changed, her worry that maybe the defendant was having an affair, and things that Julie had noticed with the defendant about the computer. She talked about going by the computer and seeing sticky notes that he had written by the computer that were suspicious, that had weird words on them like syringe and names of drugs.
Those passwords. They're all passwords.
And she saw the defendant on the computer. For instance, she'd be vacuuming in the hall outside, and she saw on the screen that he was looking up poisoning and then closed the door in her face. She described another time when the defendant had gone to work but left the computer on, and on the screen there was a website about poisoning.
I don't remember the
So
dates. I'm
now,
going to have to check in
moving to
Discord,
late
Debbie,
November,
on the iDrop case.
going to put up here a calendar that'll help you with the days.
Hey, we have a calendar.
Moving to late November in the days before Julie's death, which happened on December 3rd, Julie confided in Therese DeFazio. And this was the last time she saw Therese DeFazio. And you'll hear Ms. DeFazio recount this conversation and how she saw that Julie was troubled and encouraged Julie to speak to her. And Julie told Ms. DeFazio that she was afraid that her husband was going to kill her. Now, Ms. DeFazio was shocked and she was taken aback, and she asked Julie why she would think something so serious. And Julie explained about that list, that weird sticky note. And then she explained that she feared that her husband might try to kill her with a drug overdose and make it look like a suicide. Again, Ms. DeFazio asked her why she thought her husband might do this, and Julie said there were other things that she couldn't explain. And Julie confided to Ms. DeFazio, the same as she had to Mr. Voigt, that it bothered her how every time she walked by that computer room and the defendant was in it, he would cover it or turn it off quickly so she couldn't see the screen. And then there's a third person, the defendant's sister, Laura Koster. During Julie's life, Julie and Laura Koster were good friends. So even though Laura Koster is the defendant's sister, Julie confided in her as a friend. Julie Jensen spoke to the defendant's sister about the same suspicious note.
I'm guessing they've got up to an hour.
The one that listed the syringe on it. And she even told the defendant's sister. She told her in the fall of 1998 that she feared that the defendant might be planning to kill her.
Have we gone over an hour already for the opening statement?
Now this sounds
maybe 2
crazy,
hours.
Except for the fact that within a few weeks, within a few days of these conversations, Julie Jensen was dead. This sounds crazy. And that's the problem. That's the dilemma that Julie Jensen was facing. She knew it sounded crazy, and she explained it to Ted Voigt and to Therese DeFazio, that if she acted on these fears, if she did what a person who feared for their life would do, take her kids and run and hide, if she did those things, the defendant would point at her and call her crazy. Look at what my crazy wife did, running off with the kids, acting like I'm going to kill her.
Crumblies are waiting on a Supreme Court decision before they have a court date.
So here's what Ted Voigt said about Julie's dilemma. Ted Voigt said that her suspicions were that the defendant was trying to poison her.
What was the point of the calendar?
Or
we saw 1
he's
week
trying
on the
to
calendar.
drive her nuts to take away the kids from her. Because
it's the
that's
Antifreeze
what
murder
the arguments
case,
that
Retrial.
they used to have. That he was scaring her. That she was an unfit mother and he would take the kids away from her. Therese DeFazio said that Julie told her she stayed with her husband for the sake of the boys, whom she loved dearly, that she thought if she tried to leave her husband, he'd make up stories that she was unstable and that he'd get the kids. She didn't want to lose her boys. Another thing Julie had told Ms. DeFazio, going back to that prior counseling in 1990 and 1991, she had told Therese DeFazio during that counseling the defendant would always say things that were making her look like she was crazy. Remember, this is the man who for years tricked Julie into believing that her former lover was leaving debasing pornography all around when it was actually him. These days, we have a word for this. We call it gaslighting. So let's be clear. This isn't a case where it's either a homicide or a tragic suicide.
You predicted it.
It's either a homicide or a suicide plus. A suicide plus an evil plan to frame an innocent man. That way, the kids won't just lose their mom, they'll lose their dad.
What do you think I'm doing in the background right now, DMB?
There is one thing that is inescapably clear from the evidence. In spite of her fears that Julie expressed to multiple people before she died, Julie Jensen would not abandon her children. And so she stayed. Now, on Tuesday, December 1st,
show us the calendar again so we can
Julie Jensen went to see the family doctor, Dr. Borman. And during this visit, Julie told the doctor that she was miserable and depressed. So there it is, Julie Jensen talking about being depressed just days before her death. But she also told Dr. Borman that she and the defendant were having marital problems. She told him about the affair that she had and felt that the defendant never forgave her for. She told Dr. Borman that she's concerned her marriage might be over, and she told him several times that her kids meant everything to her. She denied being suicidal and talks about not wanting to lose her kids.
Just now.
And so we can see
hour
the
and 50
parallels
minutes
here
into
to
it.
1990.
You got the notification.
And Dr. Borman ends up referring her for counseling and giving her samples of Paxil, an antidepressant.
This is good.
One thing that you're going to hear in the evidence is before this visit to the doctor, the defendant was urging Julie to go see a doctor. So maybe he was just being a caring husband for his depressed wife.
Maybe.
But this December 1st visit to the doctor was not enough for Mark Jensen, because the next day he went to Dr. Borman alone. This is December 2nd. And he didn't go for himself, he went for Julie. And he told Dr. Borman that he was concerned. He'd gotten some information off the internet about the side effects of Paxil, and he was concerned that Julie might be having side effects, and he was concerned because she wasn't sleeping. Now, this was odd because Dr. Borman made no note about sleep disturbances the prior day, which is a common question, a question that gets asked all the time when dealing with depression. A symptom being sleep disturbance is a very common symptom.
She's going to hit the home run on the first up to bat. That's what she's doing right
Without seeing Julie Jensen, without trying to call her or consult with her, Dr. Borman gave the defendant a prescription for Julie for Ambien, 10 Ambien sleeping pills. So this was sometime during the morning of December 2nd, 1998. By the time of Julie's death, a bit over 24 hours later, 3 of those pills were gone. And it's too bad that Dr. Borman didn't try to give Julie a call, because something was wrong. The morning of December 2nd, when the defendant left the home, Julie called her friend Margaret Voigt. Now, Margaret Voigt, just like Ted Voigt, was Julie's friend. But unlike her husband, Margaret didn't really want to be involved in these troubles. She heard about all of them through her husband, but she didn't really want to get involved. So she knew about them, but hadn't spoken as much to Julie as her husband had. So Julie talks on the phone with Margaret Voigt that morning, and Margaret Voigt, who knew her well, who knew her for years, said Julie's voice sounded shaky and it sounded like she was drunk. Now, there's no reason for Margaret Voigt to know this, but ethylene glycol is an alcohol, and so one of the first stages of poisoning, the first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, is a person will show signs of intoxication, like they're drunk. So Margaret asks Julie what's wrong, and Julie tells her, "Wow, this medication I took, I didn't know it would have such an effect on me." But Julie was happy because the defendant was now being so attentive to her. Julie said the defendant was being good to her. He took the kids to school, and he's going to go to the doctor for her. And Margaret offered help. She asked Julie if she needed help, but Julie said no. The defendant was being good to her.
Depends how long they take.
Margaret Voigt never spoke to Julie Jensen again. Now, these doctor visits are important because leading up to them, Julie Jensen had talked to Ted Voigt and described a strange experience where the defendant had very persistently tried to get her to drink some wine. And it just wasn't normal. These were people who had been together with each other for years. And the defendant didn't commonly offer Julie Jensen food and drink like that. She was the homemaker, that was her job. And so Julie described this unusual behavior from the defendant and how her not wanting to drink the wine had actually led to a huge fight between them. It was just another thing on the list of strange things that happened in the weeks before Julie's death. Now, the defendant had this ideal drug to enact his plan. Ethylene glycol has a sweet taste to it, and it's the kind of thing that won't be detected at autopsy. But he has to have a way to slip it to Julie, and being persistent and aggressive about it wasn't working. But now Julie's got this new medication, and he's taking care of her. And these effects from this ethylene glycol can be passed off as side effects of the new medication. And once Julie starts getting well and truly sick from this poison, the defendant now has Ambien to give her day and night to drug her senseless. And Julie did get truly sick. On Wednesday, December 2nd, she was supposed to go to Ms. DeFazio's class. She went there every Wednesday. She was very prompt. And so when Ms. DeFazio noted she was missing, Ms. DeFazio went to her son, David, who presented her with a note that said Julie couldn't come in because she was sick. Now, there are 3 stages of ethylene glycol poisoning. Someone who consumes enough ethylene glycol at once can die in stage 1. But if they reach stage 2, which is 12 to 24 hours after ingestion, the person's body becomes acidotic because the body breaks down the ethylene glycol into the poisons. And one of them is called oxalic acid. This causes breathing problems, heavy, rapid breathing, and it can cause heart arrhythmia. A person can go into a coma in this stage and die. If a person does make it to stage 3 of ethylene glycol poisoning, which can happen 24 to 72 hours after ingestion, that's the kidney phase. You see at the autopsy crystals in someone's kidney when they reach this phase. So
That's
the doctors can tell these
Crystals in the
crystals
kidney?
are from that acid created by ethylene glycol poisoning. And they disrupt kidney function. A person who reaches stage 3 of ethylene glycol poisoning, they die a slow and a painful death. At approximately 4:30 p.m. on December 3rd of 1998, the police responded to the Jensen residence for a pulseless, non-breathing female. Julie Jensen was dead in her bed. The crystals in Julie Jensen's kidneys found after her autopsy show that she had reached stage 3 of ethylene glycol poisoning before she died. I don't think that there's going to be any dispute in the evidence that Julie Jensen was desperately ill leading up to her death. It's consistent with the medical evidence, and the defendant himself acknowledged it. He said she was breathing funny. She had a hard time breathing. She got up and she fell and she hit her head. The morning of her death, she could hardly sit up in bed. She was groggy, almost incoherent. Her breathing was labored and raspy. It sounded like her windpipe was being restricted. The defendant said, "I'm not even sure she was coherent." The defendant also adamantly said that morning she did not get out of bed. So now we go to the sleeping pills. The thing about sleeping pills is you're supposed to take them when you're supposed to be sleeping. And the defendant described Julie Jensen taking the first one Wednesday morning, right after he got them. And then another one Wednesday night. And then a third one Thursday morning, the morning of her death, when she was so terribly ill she was incoherent. The defendant even describes how that morning, he talked about Julie Jensen, she couldn't even choke down water. And she didn't get the water because she didn't get out of bed. He had to get it for her. So Julie Jensen didn't take a sleeping pill the morning of December 3rd. She was given a sleeping pill. She couldn't get out of bed. The defendant gave it to her. And the children saw their mother dying too. David was upset. He didn't want to go to school. He noticed his mom's breathing problems. David said she couldn't talk that morning. And the defendant said something weird to the detective who was talking to him about that morning. He said, There was a question between myself and the kids that morning about whether or not to call an ambulance, take her to the hospital. The kids are 8 and 3. You don't consult with an 8-year-old and a 3-year-old about taking your wife who can't breathe to the hospital. And also, Dr. Borman, who had given her that prescription, given the defendant the Ambien, he had told the defendant, if your wife's condition worsens, you got to get her to the ER. But Mark Jensen didn't listen to Dr. Borman or his kids for that matter. What the defendant said he did was that afternoon, the afternoon of December 3rd, he said he went to work. So now we come to a witness by the name of Aaron Dillard. And before I talk about what Aaron Dillard has to say, I want to talk about who Aaron Dillard is.
Can I object now, Your Honor?
He became a witness because he was someone in 2007
if we're going to go through the entire witness list,
in the same area of the jail as Mark Jensen.
Oh, my goodness.
Aaron Dillard is a liar and he is a con man. Aaron Dillard is willing to provide information, testimony about Mark Jensen to help himself. To help himself in the outcome of his criminal cases. So why call this lying con man as a witness? Someone who everyone acknowledges is a liar. Well, what Aaron Dillard has to say is that while he was in jail with the defendant told him what happened about killing his wife. And now again, I cannot be more clear that Aaron Dillard is not an inherently believable witness. He's the opposite. But what Aaron Dillard had to say is eye-opening. Because the only people who know what happened in the last moments of Julie Jensen's life, well, it's only one person. The person who was there, the defendant. And up until this point, up until 2007, a lot of people had spent a lot of time thinking about this case, law enforcement and medical examiners. In this case, we're actually going to be calling 2 medical examiners as witnesses.
Oh, yippee,
You're
that'll be
going to hear
exciting.
from Dr. Chambliss, who actually did the autopsy on Julie Jensen, and Dr. Mainland, who studied the case and ethylene glycol poisoning. And there were some unexplained things about this case. For instance, how Julie Jensen was found in her bed. She was found face down in her pillow to such an extent that you're going to see that her nose was actually shifted to the side. A very odd position for someone to be in who couldn't breathe. Also, she was laying awkwardly across her arm. So her arm was kind of beneath her diagonally. An odd position for someone to put themselves in. It looks like someone had simply rolled her over from her back to her face.
There's a lawsuit.
And part of what happens is in an autopsy is that the doctors look for internal injuries. And there was some internal subcutaneous bruising on Julie's rib cage that aligned with how she was laying on her arm. And she also had some hemorrhages in the back of her neck area.
So in comparison,
now,
the expert testimony is going to be much
autopsy,
more gripping.
Deciding
this,
that the manner of death
statement
is asphyxiation, that's often a decision that is based on excluding everything else. You have a person who's dead, and you can't say other ways that they died, but you see some signs of asphyxiation. So different maybe from strangulation, where there's actual force applied to someone's neck, but asphyxiation, where someone's breathing is stopped, like by forcing their face into a pillow. It's not going to leave the same signs. And so sometimes these signs can just be things that are seen, post-mortem artifacts that are seen, and they aren't signs of asphyxiation. But they are also consistent with someone who is suffocated. And so this leads us to what Aaron Dillard says the defendant told him. The defendant had a timing problem. He needed Julie Jensen to die on December 3rd before he got David from school.
I think his kids may be there because the two sons are supporting him.
Been wanting to take his mother to a doctor. He couldn't bring that 8-year-old back in the home where his mother was dying but not dead yet. So if Julie Jensen was alive by the time David Jensen was done with school, that was a problem for the defendant. And what Aaron Dillard said is that the defendant, he took the kids to school and to daycare, which is true. And the defendant returned home, but Julie Jensen was not dead. She was non-responsive, she was incoherent, but the defendant feared that she was actually breathing better. And so he first rolls her onto her face with her face in the pillow, and then he leaves the room, kind of hoping that that will do the job. But when the defendant returned to the room, Julie Jensen was still alive. And so he got on top of her, he pushed her face and her neck into a pillow, he sat on her back so she could not breathe, causing the pressure on her arm that she was laying on, causing the subcutaneous bruising, and then she died. That is the description that Aaron Dillard tells of what Mark Jensen told him. And there's other significant details that Aaron Dillard gives, details about the medications, getting the Paxil, how the defendant's, his plan was to slip her antifreeze in juice when she's taking this medication.
Yep, the same two sons.
Julie was acting drunk. The defendant apparently told Aaron Dillard that Julie was acting drunk. And then also getting the Ambien to sedate Julie. Now, I want to be clear that Julie Jensen, untreated, and she was untreated, would have died of ethylene glycol poisoning. So it is that poisoning what this case is truly about. But the significance of Aaron Dillard is not that he is a truth teller, but he's also not a doctor, he's not a toxicologist, he's not a forensic pathologist or a detective, and he certainly can't speak to the dead. And the way Aaron Dillard was able to give details to explain some of the
spicing things up just a little bit
in this case was eye-opening,
gifting 5 memberships.
Even to people who had thought about the case for a long time.
Kelly Martin, Canned Laughter, Danielle B,
And
Cleves
not being
H,
a doctor or a medical examiner or a psychic,
are the winners there.
The only
Thank
way
you so much,
Aaron
that guy.
Dillard could
Appreciate
do that is if he heard it from the mouth of the defendant. But Aaron Dillard is not the only person the defendant talked to. You heard about Kelly Labonte being referred to as Mark Jensen's motive. Now it's time to get to Mark Jensen's mistake. And that person is Ed Klug. Ed Klug is Mark Jensen's mistake.
That's the neighbor, right?
Because on a drunken night, the defendant revealed to Ed Klug before Julie's murder that he was looking on the computer for ways to kill his wife.
Yep. I think that's the same family
Mark
that she
Jensen
gave her letter
knew Ed
to.
Klug because they both had moved to Stiefel Nicholas in 1998. Mark Jensen had joined the firm earlier, and he was actually involved in helping open Ed Klug's branch in Appleton. In fact, Kelly Labonte was
Hot coffee,
there
you're
too.
welcome.
And so Mark
you don't
Jensen
need to have
actually
anything
wasn't
past
so
your name.
helpful in
Just
opening
being here
that
is enough.
branch, according to what Ed Klug saw. And so then they know each other from that, and they end up together at a big conference. You're going to hear about this conference that took place in St. Louis in early November of 1998, so before Julie's death, the big company conference. And Mark Jensen and Ed Klug, they know each other, but they both recently joined this company, so they don't know a bunch of people. And so they end up hanging out in the hotel. And at first they are with a bunch of people drinking, but then the hotel clears out. It's basically even past bar close time. And they've been drinking together and talking, and they engage in some wife bashing, so to speak.
Canned Laughter. I spent a lot of time on that emoji.
So during this conversation,
Thank you.
when Mark Jensen had been drinking, the defendant told Ed Klug that if you want to get rid of your wife, that you could go to websites that would tell you how to poison your wife, how to kill her, and it wouldn't be detectable. You could use things like Benadryl and antifreeze, things that couldn't be detected. And the way Ed Klug describes it is that Mark Jensen was telling him about a substance that would crystallize someone from the inside out, which is what ethylene glycol does. Ed Klug said Mark Jensen was telling him how he was doing this on the computer and how he was going to kill his wife. So Ed Klug is a big problem for the defendant in this case.
Enter the
and
bank
so
robber.
I think you're likely to hear in the evidence a lot of efforts to attack Ed Klug. That maybe he's someone who just wants the limelight, just wants to insert himself into a big case. But what you're going to hear is that Ed Klug actually never came forward with this information to the police or prosecutors.
Sorry, the defendant, it's hard of hearing.
He had to go to him.
Sorry, I didn't
because
realize I
one
wasn't
of his
putting stuff on the
coworkers
screen.
suggested, you go talk to Ed Klug. He has some things to say about Mark Jensen. So not someone who's seeking the limelight. And also, I expect you'll hear as a witness from Joanne Klug. Because it might be said that, well, if Ed Klug didn't report this information right away, in fact, not until 2007, then how do we even know it actually happened? And this is where Joanne Klug
told his
comes
wife.
in. Joanne is Ed's ex-wife now. They were married back in 1998, and actually until years later, but they're not married now, and their marriage was not in great shape in 1998.
Love the name change.
Bashing. So that night at the conference, Joanne was checking in on her husband. And that night, after this conversation happened, there's a variety of phone calls between Ed Klug and Joanne Klug.
It will get better, I promise.
And Joanne Klug will come in here and tell you that that very night, Ed Klug told her, hey, remember Mark Jensen, my coworker Mark Jensen? He said he's looking for ways to kill his wife, including with antifreeze. So we know right after the fact that Ed Klug, in surprise and shock, told somebody about this conversation. He told his wife then, now his ex-wife. So when the defendant is contemplating this murder, after he was drinking with his guard down, the defendant told Ed Klug about this internet research on websites.
Joanne is Ed's wife.
And the computer evidence in this case tells you that's exactly what the defendant was doing. Remember that Jensen home computer I showed you the picture of? That was seized by the police and examined by experts from the Wisconsin Department of Justice. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence about this computer because of how important that is. But to try to boil it down for you, what you'll see in this computer evidence
this is in
is
Wisconsin.
The research into websites about poisoning.
Ed's the neighbor
and
or
then
friend.
Specifically, ethylene glycol poisoning. Now, that research was being done in 1998 in the infancy of the internet. And what's fascinating is that in this computer that was analyzed by the Department of Justice, you can sometimes even see what those websites look like in 1998. The computer saved that information. And there's no Googling even at that time. For a search engine, you're going to see Yahoo.
This lady's amazed.
And you can see this information. It was able to be recovered, even though the user of the computer, the defendant, deleted the internet history. So nowadays, people live and work on computers every day. People are cognizant of privacy. There's things like private browsers and VPNs. But that back then, it was quite an unusual thing to delete the internet history. And
Kathy,
that's what this user,
thank you so much for the
user of the computer,
the 5
did repeatedly.
gifted memberships.
We're only able to see this
Jojo
internet
Peter, P.
history
Cooper,
because
Myra,
of the analysis by
Denise
the
Wheat, and the giant rat
If
that makes
a
all the rules
user
were
were
gifted
simply to
memberships thanks
open
to
this
Kathy. Thank you
computer,
so
if it
much,
could still
Kathy.
turn on even
You
after
are generous and
1998,
awesome.
And just try to look at the internet history, you wouldn't see anything.
I am pretty casual.
And I already
today.
told you about Julie's inability to use a computer,
Knew it was
and
going
the
to be a little bit
defendant was
boring
quite the
for
opposite.
the opening statements, but
You're going to hear from the defendant's coworker, a man named Dave Naring, who was his friend from work. And he's going to tell you that during this time period, the defendant was very skilled at the computer. He was on the computer all the time at work. Remember, we don't see a single email from Julie Jensen. In contrast, we see a bunch of emails involving the defendant. We can also compare the internet history we see on this home computer with things that we know were going on in the defendant's life. For example, the defendant imagined going on a Windstar cruise with his girlfriend, Kelly Labonte.
yes, the judge
internet
can.
history
If they
shows
agree to a
visit
time
the
limit,
Windstar
he should be
Cruise
saying you've got
website.
10 minutes left or something like that.
The defendant, in an email,
I'm just
he's
worried they agreed
offering
to
to
a-
buy
a
Kelly
long
Labonte
time
some
limit.
clothes from Patagonia. On the home computer, we see that online shopping at Patagonia. The defendant is thinking about ways to kill his wife.
The defendant is hard of
We
hearing
see
and has
those
a
searches on the home computer.
little amplified
Initially,
listening
for
device in his
a
ears.
wider variety of ways to kill someone, like pipe bombs. There's even a website accessed with a story about a man trying to kill his wife, his ex-wife, with a pipe bomb. Or we see research on the Anarchist Cookbook, websites that
I
have
may
to
or
do
may not
with,
have had that book as a
messing with
child.
the wiring of a pool to electrocute someone. Now that's the early research. And then we see the research for
Very
poisons.
skilled.
And finally, for
He knows how
ethylene
to search on
glycol
Yahoo.
poisoning.
That was his computer skill.
And again, this aligns with the emails that we have between the defendant and his girlfriend, his future wife, Kelly Labonte. They start talking about the possibility of a future together, how they're going to deal with their significant others in October of 1998. And we start seeing this research on the computer about killing and poisoning. Now, interestingly, we don't see research about divorce or child custody or child support. We don't see internet activity that overlaps with Julie's interests, what was going on in her life.
Thank you, Kathy.
We
Appreciate
don't
your
see
support.
internet activity at all. when
Helping
the
people through
defendant
this
isn't
difficult
there.
time this morning with this opening statement that the soliloquy is
From
long.
the evidence, we know that the person doing this internet research, this hidden, deleted internet research, that's the person who killed Julie Jensen. And we know from the evidence that that person was not Julie. It was the defendant. Remember how desperately ill Julie was the morning of her death. She was incoherent. She was struggling to breathe. She did not get out of bed. She couldn't walk. She couldn't talk. She was on her third Ambien pill.
Hey, Marie, I can reach
about
out to you
24
when it's not in the middle of the trial. We can talk about that. I can
Her
give you some advice.
8-year-old knew that she needed to go to the hospital.
If you text me on the burner phone.
The defendant was there. As Julie lay dying, did he take her to the hospital or call 911 like his son wanted or like Dr. Borman told him? No, that's when he gave her the sleeping pill. And as Julie lay dying that morning of December 3rd, 1998, he went to the computer room, and that morning,
Here we
he
go.
searched for ethylene glycol poisoning.
That's what it looked. That's what the internet looked like. All those purple tags means he's clicked on them.
You can see the search term on the bottom of the screen here.
He read all the articles, all 12 articles on the internet.
This is Julie Jensen. She didn't kill herself. She didn't frame her husband to make it look like a homicide.
I do sense she's
She didn't
wrapping up
abandon
here.
her kids and try to take away their father too. She lived for her kids and she died because the defendant murdered her.
Thank you. We're going to take a short break before
Short.
the defense.
We're gonna
does their
break
opening.
for the
So
day
hold it
after
back,
that.
Relax. Please don't talk about the case, okay? Thank you.
We're going to talk about it. So I think the two, because the lady that made the objection was not at the table. She's not the lady that was sitting right next to Mark. She's sitting on the other table. So I think he has 3 attorneys that are sort of with an aisleway between the tables, which is sort of a weird arrangement. But I think those are his attorneys there. There are public defenders.
Okay, thank you.
Something 30, so we've got about an 11-minute break. Yeah, that may be the state seal, I believe, that we're looking at. Is that what you were talking about? Somebody from Texas was saying that. So we'll watch this. T-Rock's 100%, you're right. Shout out to all the generous membership gifters. You all are so kind and appreciated. Thank you so much, seriously. I appreciate it. My wife and I appreciate that very much. The support of the channel allows us to keep doing what we love doing. And I love that more people get to play with some of the fun features that are available in the chat. So thank you so much. Let's see. What do we want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the letter again? Tag wanted to talk about the letter. Tag, are you awake? Wake up, Tag. Tag. Wake up. You're it. Everyone's with it. I'm so glad it's over. They need a break. Everyone need a break. It's a lot to unpack. Let's see. Even the judge is tired of this. Yes, finish my poor ears. Matthew Harris says she could have saved the past hour of wasting time and just made that statement. Really, all that stuff in the middle, they could bring in and had a lot more effect with the evidence being presented. There are no surprises anymore. When is Boone trial? DW, first we have this in 6 days. 6 days we have the pretrial hearing for Boone. Sarah Boone's going to be there with her lawyer. So hopefully they've met by now, because the judge ordered the lawyer to meet with her. But somebody bumped to the camera. Now we're looking at the ceiling. So I'll switch right over here. We're going to keep the audio on just for a bit, so if something happens, we'll hear. But you guys get to join me here. I believe 90-minute time limit for each side's openings, and she saved. I think she has a good 5 seconds left of that she did not use. So it came in well under the limit. I'm here still at the commissary. Tag, do you want to talk about the letter? We can talk about that a little bit more. The letter is why basically this trial is happening again. Tag went grocery shopping. What are you getting for us, Tag? I'm super curious. I need a picture of your shopping cart sent to the burner phone. Inquiring minds want to know. Kevin says recovered ex will be interesting to hear what his ex has to say. Yes, we're going to have the ex of the friend and the ex and his ex, the mistress who he married and then since got divorced from. She actually got custody of the 2 kids. So the 2 D kids that were mentioned, the 3 Ds that Julie said in the letter. Squirrel. She got custody of those 2 kids. I think those kids have been supporting him as far as encouraging him in this appeal. And they may actually be in the courtroom. I'm not sure if that'll be announced or not. Did the cameraman just die? I think he just passed out, Matthew Harris, and he'll get revived, and we'll be back to the action, so to speak. Tag is here. Good. I will say this. I think the defense, after watching that opening statement from the prosecution, which was a bit on the dry side and maybe a little bit long, defense might win major points with the jury just by being brief, just by, being short and saying, hey, we're not going to bore you to death. And they'll be like, yeah, I'm with this guy. Even without the letter, it's not looking good for this guy. There's a lot of evidence they have to overcome. His lawyer, it's the state's responsibility to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt, right? And the jury is the determiners of whether or not they've done that. But the state has a ton of evidence, and his defense, if he puts on a defense, they've got to use the evidence that's presented, the facts that are available in the case, and fashion some sort of scenario that makes sense with the evidence that's there, and say, actually, this is what happened. And we've heard from several people that they say, oh, she was, depressed, so this could have been, self-harm type situation, and it was trying to frame him. But where's the evidence for that? It seems the evidence looks really bad on him. Please cover the letter because I missed it. Okay, we'll pull it up here. Just 1 second. Let me grab that. Which camera should I put it on? I think I can put it on my screen this way. Just 1 minute. Okay. There we go. Okay. So here we go. We're going to take this full screen so you can see this. I'll uncover the letter. This is the letter. I'm going to read it one more time. This is the letter that is not being allowed in the trial this time. It was allowed previously, and that was why the case was granted an appeal, why there's a new trial happening here, because the first time the jury heard this letter is written by Julie Jensen, the lady who died, the wife of the defendant. It's written to Pleasant Prairie Police Department, Ron Kosman or Detective Rettenberg. I took this picture, and I'm writing this on Saturday, 11/21 of 98 at 7 a.m. This list was in my husband's business daily planner, not meant for me to see. I don't know what it means, but if anything happens to me, he would be my first suspect. Our relationship has deteriorated to the polite superficial. I know he's never forgiven me for that brief affair I had with that creep 7 years ago. Mark lives for work and the kids, and he's an avid surfer of the internet. Anyway, I do not smoke or drink. My mother was an alcoholic, so I limit my drinking to 1 or 2 a week. Mark wants me to drink more with him in the evenings. I don't. I would never take my life because of my kids. They are everything to me. I regularly take Tylenol and multivitamins, occasionally take over-the-counter stuff for colds like Zantac or Imodium, and which is Zantac's more of an acid, stomach acid thing. Have one prescription for migraine tablets, which Mark uses more than I. I pray that I'm wrong and nothing happens, but I'm suspicious of Mark's suspicious behaviors, and I fear for my early demise. However, I will not leave. She names her 2 kids. My life's greatest love, accomplishment, and wish. My 3 Ds. Daddy, Mark, and the 2 kids. Signed, Julie C. Jensen. This is the letter that, let's see, let's go there. This is the letter that was not allowed this time around. It was her speaking from the grave because she took this letter, she gave it to her friends, her neighbors, and said, if anything happens, it was a sealed envelope. If anything happens, give this to the police. And they did. They didn't open it and read it. They just gave it to the police when something happened. And so this was allowed the first time around because she wasn't able to testify or be cross-examined because of the bad acts of Mark. Basically, that's what the argument was, why this should be allowed. Appeals court said no, should not be allowed in. And so he gets a new trial. How are we going to watch both trials, this one and the Boone trial? Well, this one is going to be put on hold, and we'll catch up in the evenings, and we'll be watching with the Boone trial, unless for some reason Boone is not televised, which I hate to say that, but we're going to watch what's available, and the best one wins. Another snowy Wisconsin day. Mutt says, forgive me for being late. You're welcome to be here anytime. Just glad you're here. The judge is grabbing a nice cup of antifreeze right now. She was a student who gets assigned 5 pages and writes 12. Now, I imagine this prosecutor who's so verbose. If she were making a family video of, I want to show this here. Oh, it disappeared. If she were making a family video of, say, like a vacation, like a 2-day vacation, the video would be 15 hours long. It would be like everything that happened during all the waking hours on this 2-day trip. She doesn't cut anything out. Nothing ends up on the cutting room floor, so to speak. She keeps everything in. Sometimes less is more, and I think she missed that idea. I mean, she didn't do badly. She didn't do awfully. Granted, there are some procedurally things that Matthew Harris was just about having a fit over. That was bizarre, but it wasn't like she wasn't making sense logically or something like that. So it's long and boring, but it wasn't that bad. Okay. Hey, look at that. Recovery addict is currently distracted by another squirrel. Let him chase that one down before pointing out another. Isn't that nice? Let's talk about the elephant in the room, the most exciting part, the pictures. I don't know if any of the pictures are evidence or were admitted. And I'm fine with that being the case.
Squirrel.
Let's see. That wasn't an open statement. That was the whole case. It was pretty much the entire 6-volume set of the case log. Better to look at the ceiling than listen to the prosecutor. We're still waiting for them to come back. They're on a break here for just another minute. I'm going to go ahead and take the camera so you can see the courtroom wall, which I'm seeing. And it looks like these chains that are hanging down are holding plexiglass. I think that's what that is.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Probably not today. Not in this one. That's not been raised. Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. I'm the weird one on aisle 9 with the Bose Bluetooth SoundLink headphones on talking in chat in front of the Band-Aids. Okay, that's you at the store, Tag. Hopefully you heard the letter about what was going on. Can overlong opening statements hurt cause or hurt case? Draw our attention spans of. Yes, I think they can, but at the same time I think you can recover from a bad open. Did she just finish, or is this just a mercy break? She finished. And now we get to see the defense. In all fairness, they have just as much time as she has. So it could be a long defense, but I'm hoping that it's at least more animated. If it is, we'll see. Can we get a verbatim recap of the opening, please? That guy. You might get thrown out of chat here for the day. No, that was so long. Can you imagine how long-winded her family holiday cards are that she might send out? She's still writing them, the ones that she's going to send out for last Christmas. She's still writing them. Let's see. Backbencher passing around the pickle jar. No, you're a front bencher now, last poet. You're up in the front now. Is Matthew still among the living after that? If he is, he might have some work to do. He was here briefly, but I'm going to go ahead and unpin his message because they're done with that opening statement. Can we address subject matter jurisdiction? Not this time. We will in the future. We've got some more Brooks coming up as he has some court cases coming up in Milwaukee. I pass on the photos. I agree. I don't need to see that, and I don't need to see Mark Jensen's reaction to the photos either. How did she get custody of the kids? Didn't the mother have any relatives or anything? I'm curious. Nancy, I don't know. He married her, so she was became their mom, but it was stepmom, and then he goes to prison and she takes the kids. So I don't know how that happened. I don't know family-wise what her situation was. Did you see the cop behind the defendant when talking about the pictures? Yeah, he reacts a little bit more than the officer that sat behind Daryl Brooks did. Judge jumped on a plane. He's out of here. Luckily, the planes are flying again. Ooh, hot mic.
That's my plan.
That's my plan. That's all I heard was that's my plan. State seal is kind of creepy. It looks like it's either cast or it's engraved in wood somehow, like a relief type picture. Not sure what it's a picture of. Oop. Pan up, pan down. Camera's working. Got like a miner or somebody on one side. Railroads? Not sure. Judge has a migraine. It's like, are you good if I leave? Yeah. We'll see you, Katrina. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I think it's COVID screen. And here comes the defense. They're all ready. Where's our other bailiff? The one who was seated. Judge is sitting down, so we should get audio about now. Come on. Audio, hit the button. He's typing his password onto his computer. Honestly, that's what it was. You may even be able to guess what his password is based on how he types. I will say there are two characters that are identical, right together next to each other. I'm not sure what we're waiting for. Maybe the jury here. Is this double jeopardy? No, it's a retrial. And he asked for it. P. Cooper says, I would like to thank you and your chat for being so welcoming. Not been here long, but now a member. Thanks again. P. Cooper, congratulations on being a member. I think you got one of those gifted subs. Good to have you here. This is one of the friendliest places on the internet, and we have the best chat community known to man. So I'm glad you stumbled upon us and come back often. It's a fun place to be. Thanks for showing my name. No problem, Matt. Thanks for being
Jensen's here. Case. The appearances are all the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. The defense is going to do their opening statement. Attorney Renner, you can proceed anytime you're ready.
Thank you.
See how she does. Pause for dramatic effect.
On December 3rd, 1998.
Oh, no.
Mark Jensen found his wife in their bedroom, motionless.
Squirrel!
He called 911. When paramedics and the police arrived, they found a distraught mess of a man in Mark Jensen.
Would you guys mind if I brought some music into the background?
His eyes were red from the tears streaming down his face. There was snot bubbling up.
Okay, that's enough.
From his grief.
There's a lawsuit.
He had trouble standing while talking to the police and to the paramedics, trying to explain what was going on.
Should I keep the music going? It might add to the...
And he directed them to the back bedroom.
We'll leave the music in. I'm not making fun of the death they're talking about here, but I'm trying to point fun at the drama that she's injected into the statement.
1998 to December 3rd, 1998.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Just like any other family. They had good days. They had bad days. The Jensens were a middle-class family. They loved their boys, and they worked hard to build what they had. Julie Jensen was a smart, educated woman. The kind of woman who, despite the fact that her higher education was in nursing, was able to self-study and gain her Series 7 stock brokerage license. Mark Jensen was a successful stockbroker. They had 2 sons. But like any other family, the Jensens had their problems. Back in 1990-91, Julie Jensen cheated on her husband. She ultimately did file a divorce proceeding, but in the end, she stayed. She stayed with Mark Jensen and her boys in their home. And Julie is diagnosed with depression. In the following years, you heard about these pornographic pictures left around the home, a constant reminder of the infidelity.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Yet, at the time, everyone believed those to be sent by Mr. Tarika, who's the person that Jensen had the affair with.
Okay.
On advice of police,
Okay, now we're just going to
Mr.
go with
Jensen hired a
just with her
private
audio.
investigator to get to the bottom of these photos.
That's all the music for now.
And I believe you're going to hear, and the
She
evidence
spoke
will
to the
show
music perfectly. Does the court hear the
that
music?
Mr.
I
Jensen
think
was
she
not
could.
leaving his photos around to be found, to be harassing.
He didn't leave them around, but he accidentally left them.
As I stated, though, Julie Jensen was diagnosed with depression first in 1991. Ultimately, she ends up getting medications. She goes to therapy. But here's the thing. Mental illnesses don't just go away.
Sorry, just got an earthquake alert.
You're going to hear multiple witnesses talk about things that Julie Jensen said to them.
Southeast
One of the
Pacific,
stories you're going to hear
6.0.
is that there was a day when Julie Jensen was caring for her children at home, as well as other children in her home. When she called the parents of one of these children, one of her best friends, Laura Coster, and said, "Your son just smeared feces all over my bathroom."
Of all the things that I thought she was going to say,
Laura called
that was
Mark,
not it.
and both of them rushed home to figure out what was going on.
I think they knew what was going on.
Yet when they got there, there's no feces all over the bathroom. There's no smell of cleaning products or anything that would have explained why it's not there anymore.
That was we have a
You're
code
gonna hear
brown,
that was
code
the point
brown.
when Laura Coster decided that maybe Julie shouldn't be caring for my child anymore. You're going to hear about a day when Julie was at her dentist's office in the weeks leading up to her death, crying, upset, and saying that she wanted to take her life. And you're going to hear from multiple witnesses about things that Julie told them that were inconsistent with things she told other people. She told some people that
I think it was in the Pacific.
Mark was forcing her to get a job since her youngest was about to start school.
It was the Pacific Rise, so I think
She
that's
told
underwater.
others that Mark steadfastly refused to let her get a job even though she wanted to go out and work.
I'm pulling up the map. It's between the
You're
tip
going
of
to
South
hear
America and Australia, about
statements that
a fourth
Julie
of the way
made to
towards Australia.
neighbors, to acquaintances. But the people in her family,
Retrial alert.
she never told any of them about any worries about Mark. And every time that someone asked her, "Hey, let me help you.
Seriously, was that
Let
relevant?
me help you leave," she declined that help each and every time.
Long pauses.
What brings us here today
She's going to take just as long, but say an eighth of the words.
is Julie Jensen's suicide. The suicide of a woman who was in declining mental health, who was seeing her family doctor, a family practice doctor, for prescriptions for her mental illness, for her depression, not a psychiatrist. And as you listen to the evidence, at the very end of this trial, you're going to be asked to answer one question. Did the state prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Jensen caused Julie's death? Or did they prove to you that Mark Jensen wasn't a great husband and was kind of a jerk? Because those are two very different things.
See in the courtroom there, I'm wondering if any family are present. There's Alfred Hitchcock
After
there on the
Julie
left.
Jensen's death, an autopsy was performed. Dr. Chambliss can't determine a cause of death based on the autopsy, but based on crystals in the kidneys, ethylene glycol poisoning is suspected by the Kenosha medical examiner.
I don't know, she's chewing on her lips.
Dr. Long is hired by the prosecution and concludes that ethylene glycol was the cause of Julie Jensen's death. And he claimed it was a homicide based on faulty math.
I've got to turn off the heater.
And
I'll be right
faulty
back.
facts.
I'm baking in here.
Dr. Mainland, another of the state's witnesses, is in agreement with the cause of death being ethylene glycol poisoning. The liar, the snitch,
Okay, I'm back. Did she say anything while I
the
was
con
gone?
man in chief,
No?
Aaron Dillard, who has everything to gain by helping out the DA's office, and who has access in the jail to every single one of the documents that Mark Jensen had in his cell pertaining to his case, comes forward.
He let his cellmate read all the documents?
And then, in 2007, Dr. Mainland, based on the statement of this con man, this liar, this cheat, says, oh, actually, cause of death is suffocation. After almost a decade of saying it was ethylene glycol,
DMB.
the statement
Hit it right on the head right there.
of one liar.
That sums
who
up
you
the
heard from
live show
state in
today.
their opening statement is a liar, and who had all of the documents he needed to create a convincing story right there in Mr. Jensen's cell. Everything changes. Now, one of the witnesses you're going to hear from is Dr. Lindsay Thomas. Dr. Thomas is a medical examiner who has done thousands of autopsies. She will tell you exactly why this theory of strangulation is flawed.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no theory of strangulation that's been described by the state or anybody else.
I'm going to overrule it. Again, folks, this is opening statement. It's not evidence, and the attorneys are just basically telling you what they might prove. So, again, it's not
It might come
evidence.
back
You
to
don't
bite
have
them.
any notes. Go ahead, Ms. Rutter.
Or smothering, I suppose, is a better word for what this state is claiming.
It's a different word. Yep.
Dr. Thomas will be able to tell you exactly why that is not supported by the scientific
Allie, he has
evidence.
a hearing loss, and so he's got an amplified
by what was
hearing
found
system.
in the autopsy.
It's like hearing aids, but he takes them off.
And you're
when he leaves
also going to
court.
hear from Dr. Stacy Hale. Now, Dr. Stacy Hale is a medical toxicologist. One of the things you'll learn about is the difference between medical toxicologists and forensic toxicologists. Medical toxicologists deal with the living. They deal with people who are coming into the emergency room, suffering from poisoning, suffering from other issues that have a toxicological basis, which is a big fancy way of saying it's got a chemical in the body basis. And she's going to be able to explain to you exactly why Dr. Long's testimony, Dr. Long's analysis, and Dr. Long's findings are all flawed. Flawed because of bad math.
Ooh, math. That's something the jurors could do.
Not supported by the physical evidence.
Yeah, when's the last perfect opening presentation? The opening statement.
When you're listening
What's your
to the
favorite?
evidence in this case, one of the things that the judge will tell you,
It
and
sure
already
wasn't
has
Aaron
told
Dean.
you, is that it's up to you as the jury to weigh the credibility, the believability of the witnesses that are put before you.
Many years in prison. This was from, the murder was what, 1998? He
So
was
who are
charged
these
3 years
witnesses?
later.
Jail snitches like Aaron Dillard,
Aaron
known
Dillard.
con man, liar, and cheat. Jail snitches who have everything to gain
And nothing to lose.
and nothing to lose
Oh, I knew what she was going with that.
by coming forward with evidence in this case
She's chewing her lips off, and I'm not sure why.
that they discovered not from conversations with Mr. Jensen, but by reviewing the materials that they found in Mr. Jensen's cells. Witnesses whose stories just don't add up.
Nervous tick, maybe? Possibly. I think I see
Stories
that.
about a
I won't make fun of that.
late night conversation at a hotel that isn't supported by anyone else that was there.
We need a jailhouse snitch.
People
of
who had
course.
every opportunity to listen to that conversation and again, you're going to hear evidence about these flawed witnesses and what kind of people they are.
Opening
The
statements are
type
this
of
week.
people
Then
you
we'll
can
go
believe,
to
or the type of
evidentiary
people
phase next.
that gossip and who you can't trust when they state things. Witnesses who only come forward
See you, Michelle. Thanks for being here.
almost a
Have
decade
a great day.
after the death of Julie Jensen.
Did you guys hear that? I was getting some weird sound coming through.
And reliance on statements of Julie Jensen herself, who the evidence is going to show is an unreliable narrator. She tells people on one hand that she wants to work and her husband won't let her, and tells people on the other hand that she doesn't want to work, she doesn't want to do this, but her husband is making her.
Laura, she's repeated this. Laura, she's
Julie Jensen, who is mentally ill
they've blocked out 5 weeks for this.
and
So we're not
suicidal
going to stay for the
based
whole
on her
thing.
own statements at the dentist's office. Julie Jensen, who refused to leave despite telling people that she was afraid for her life.
Didn't she say this already?
Julie Jensen, who had access to the family finances, who had her own car.
She's got her own house. She's got her own car.
And had a husband who worked all day. And Julie Jensen, who is not computer illiterate. You are going to hear that Julie Jensen was in charge of the family's finances. And she didn't just write down in her checkbook what she spent in the balances. No. She used a program on the computer called Quicken. A program that required her to go on the computer.
I will say Quicken, back in 95, 98 time period, was not easy to use. So if this is true, this is good for the defense to say that she was computer literate.
Let's talk a little bit more about this computer evidence.
We heard a little bit. I'm sure we'll have a day of that as well.
From the Jensen home computer, you're going to hear, came from a single user on the computer. Now remember, this is back in 1998. The days of dial-up, right?
Everyone's like,
we all
what's
remember,
that?
well,
No.
maybe not all of us.
Yeah, she doesn't.
But a good chunk of us are going to remember that obnoxious sound that the dial-up modem made.
Please play that in court. Please, please, please.
We're also going to have to remember that this was the days before you could stick your internet connection into your wall for the cable, before the days where you had a separate line that came into your house just for internet. In the days of dial-up, you had to plug in the computer to your phone line, to your landline in the home.
This is true.
Now, the state makes a big deal about the majority of the computer activity, because not all. The majority happens after Mr. Jensen comes home from work and the entire family is at home. But remember this. If you were in a dial-up situation, and you were on the computer and the school called to say that your son was sick or there was an emergency,
Or there was poop on the wall.
they got a busy signal. The evidence is going to show that Julie Jensen had just as much access to this computer. The evidence will show that both Mr. Jensen and Mrs. Jensen used this computer. And wouldn't it make sense if, when you are at home and your kids are at school and your husband is at work, that you want to have that phone line available in case something happens? And that you, as a responsible parent, would do your online searching when your whole family is at home, when you don't have to be worried about what your 3-year-old is doing running around the house, when you don't have to worry that every second you spend on the internet could be the moment that the emergency call is coming in and getting a busy signal instead of being able to get a hold of you.
Are you saying that you should never use the internet if you have kids because somebody might get a busy signal? Is she a bad mom because she used the internet?
On December 3rd, the morning, if you look closely at that search, you're going to see that they started around 9:40 in the morning. And you're going to hear testimony from Ted Voigt that Mark Jensen left the home at 9:15 that morning to bring his kids to school. And you're going to hear and this is probably pretty gross to think about, but
Now
in
we
Julie
get the warning.
Jensen's stomach contents, there was food. Described as peppers and potatoes. Why is that important? Well, if Miss Jensen is well enough to get up and eat, is she well enough to use a computer? Now, most of us have done searches on the internet, on Yahoo or Google.
Or Bing. Can we go back to Bing?
It doesn't
Ask
take
Jeeves.
the most intelligence to pop up a search engine and type in some words. And Julie Jensen, a smart, educated woman who lists on her resume computer skills, who is using computer programs to track the family's finances, is not computer illiterate.
These are good arguments on the defense side. They're scoring some points here if they can bring this evidence in, because it directly counters what the state has said.
What Julie Jensen was is a mentally ill woman. She was a mother who suffered from depression, and a person who made allegations against her husband not to the people that were closest to her in her life, but to acquaintances.
Lycos, yes.
Julie Jensen is an
Search on
unreliable
Lycos.
narrator. And the evidence will show that.
And AOL, of course.
The evidence will also show that Julie Jensen was at high risk for suicide. Dr. Sarah West is one of the people you are going to hear from in this trial as well.
Angel Fire.
Dr. West did an analysis. She did it post-mortem, of course, but she did an analysis of Julie Jensen, and she's going to explain to you exactly why Julie Jensen was at high risk for suicide.
Yeah, if we're going to talk about the old stuff, we need to talk about all the old stuff.
Now, one of the things that you hear often in courts and when we're talking about the jury trial system is innocent until proven guilty. Mr. Jensen is innocent of his wife's death.
Because the retrial started. He was guilty. He
lawsuit.
He was guilty a little while ago.
As you analyze the evidence,
GeoCities.
again, the one question that you have to answer is, did the state prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Jensen caused his wife's death? Here's the thing, the answer to that is no. Because he didn't cause her death.
The specific points that she was pointing out.
Julie Jensen took her own life.
That Julie Jensen was computer literate, and she used advanced
the
software.
evidence will
There was
show
some
as
buffering
much.
issues. Are you guys seeing that? Just briefly.
And at the end of this case, all of the lawyers will come back up here, and they're going to ask you to find,
What about ICQ? Do you guys remember ICQ?
from the state, you're going to hear them ask that you
Netscape.
find the
Bulletin boards,
defendant
yes.
guilty. To find this innocent man guilty.
Objection, Your Honor. The state's not going to ask the jury to find this innocent man guilty.
We're going to ask to
Again,
find the
it's
guilty
opening
man
statements.
guilty.
Just show what you're going to do in your case, Ms. Renner.
But the evidence in this case is absolutely going to show that Ms. Jensen was suicidal. The evidence is going to show that Mr. Jensen, while not being perfect, is not a murderer. And for that reason, we will be asking you at the end of this case to find Mr. Jensen not guilty, to hold the state to their burden of proof, and ultimately to weigh all of the evidence that you hear, because that evidence will prove to you that Mr. Jensen is not a murderer. He is innocent, and he is not guilty.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to start the evidence portion. If we could have
we're just going right straight into it. Everyone gets pencils now.
Notepads given.
You guys
out
are
to
just
the jury.
proving that you're all the OGs of the internet. ICQ, MIRC, another ICQ there. You guys were around forever, followed by AOL. It's the whole defense. That's pretty much it. They're saying it was suicide. Yeah, he's a bad husband, maybe, but that's about it. That's all they're going to stipulate to. Scooter McLovin, love the name, says, I'm about to confess to the murder just to stop these long pauses. Hopefully the pace will change a little bit. I think once Alfred Hitchcock starts questioning witnesses, we'll get some fun action. He's much more animated. Somebody was saying Napster on there a little earlier. Who didn't trade music on Napster? Back when it was legal, right? Only because nobody knew that it was illegal. Web crawler. Oh, instead we start with Colonel Sanders. Okay, so I think he's actually court personnel.
Can you use that? So that should go in the corner somewhere.
He just pulled the mic. He just pulled the mic for the cameraman off the lectern. No. That means we hear nothing. They just pulled the mic that we get our audio from. Why? Guys, like, we need to move the lectern. Let's just rip off all the wiring. Let's see if the cameraman gets to rush up there and fix it. Depending on the rules, sometimes the cameramen are able to make corrections like that if it's during a break. They're panning the camera next to the judge to look at the damage, to survey it. And sure enough, there's no mic. Colonel Sanders has effectively muted the courtroom. Let's see if they've moved the mic back over. This court is not afraid of long pauses. Dead air. Pirate Bay. Oh man, that was dark web before dark web existed. I mean, this is way before 4chan and all that. We want to hear everything. Yes, we do. Let's see if they'll.
Jan, are you good? The state can call their first witness.
State calls Ruth Vorwald to the stand.
Ruth Vorwald. Okay, let's unpin this message.
Witness list in front of you. Can you give me just, it would help if you give me the number also on the list that was filed as of November 16th of 2022.
But I believe this would be witness one.
He wants it on.
Number one?
Witness list, I see, okay.
All the way up front, ma'am, remain standing, raise your right hand. When you come up here, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone. If you give us your first and last name and spell both of your names for the court reporter.
Ruth Vorwald, Ruthvorwald.
Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
Can you move that microphone a little bit?
Which one?
All of them.
Is that better?
That's the one we want.
All right.
We actually want both of them.
Good morning, Ms. Vorwald.
Good morning.
Can you tell me where you lived in December of 1998?
Yes, 9005 3rd Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, which is in Carroll Beach.
And is that location in Kenosha County in the state of Wisconsin?
That's correct, yes.
Did you know or come to know a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
Yes, I did. She was actually a very good friend of mine.
So tell us about when you first met Julie Jensen and the circumstances surrounding that.
So my husband and I were new to Carroll Beach. We weren't from the area. We built our house. And I had a young son at the time, Nicholas, and I would push him in the neighborhood in the stroller. And then Julie would be walking in the neighborhood pushing her son, David, in the stroller.
About what year was this?
That would have been 91, the summer of 91.
So tell us how you came to meet Julie in the summer of 1991.
So again, just in the neighborhood, pushing our sons in the stroller. And then I was working in Highland Park at the time and saying, I didn't know people in my neighborhood, was kind of struggling to meet people because I wasn't from there. And one of my friends said, well, I have a book club. And that's how I've gotten to know people in my neighborhood. So I said, wow, that's a great idea. Can you give me the information how you do it? And she explained it. And so Julie was the first person that I asked to be in book club with me.
And is that the first time you met her, is when you asked her to be in the book club?
No. I had met her, like I said, in the summer of 91, just pushing our sons in the stroller. We would stop
Third time,
and,
she said,
say hi
this
to
is where
each
I met
other
her.
and,
We were pushing
and visit.
our
But,
sons
when
in
I really got
strollers.
to know
That's how
Julie
I met
was
her.
really in 92 when I started my book club because we had, regular contact then.
Some courts require the
So was
attorneys
it,
to be seated
sometime
during
in
questioning,
1992
like
that
in
Julie
Texas.
became a member of your book club?
Correct.
And aside from the book club, did you see Julie out and about on other occasions?
Absolutely, because again, we had young children.
Let me guess, you were
We would
pushing
do
them in a
play
stroller.
Dates. We would have birthday parties. All the neighborhood kids would have birthday parties together. They would do trick or treating together. Julie, I can't remember what year, but put in a swimming pool in her backyard, and she was so kind and offered to have a swim day with all the kids. I want to say it was Friday afternoons. So we would regularly get together, even Easter, do Easter egg hunts, just different things with our children as the year, went on.
Yeah, but would
Did
you ever
notice
push them
there were
around
some
in the
things that
stroller
Julie
in the
particularly
neighborhood?
enjoyed doing with her children?
Oh my gosh, she was a very outside person. She was always outside in yard playing with her boys. They would go on bike rides. They would go on walks. She liked to hike. Those are the things that I like to do too. So I think that was another reason why we bonded. We loved doing things outside with our boys and the different activities that we would do.
So where was your house in relation to the Jensen residence?
So they're on Lakeshore Drive. They were the second house from Lakeshore Drive, the second house south, and around the corner is 3rd Avenue, and I was right on the corner of 3rd Avenue.
I'm going to direct your attention to can you see a television screen? Either maybe that one right there might be the easiest one for you to see, the one in the corner there. And directing your attention to that, can you bring?
I don't see anything.
There's nothing on it. It's black.
Just a minute.
There's nothing up.
Oh, good. I didn't know if it was a shadow or that I just wasn't seeing it.
Still talking right now. I'm not sure why. I think they put the plexiglass up so the witnesses don't escape. That's what it's for. Man, it's good to have you here.
Directing your attention to the screen.
Hey, we have pictures.
The screen that's most visible to you. Can you
show us where you pushed your stroller on the map?
It was there. Yep.
So, your residence.
Do I know the muffin?
Over here is 9005 3rd Avenue, right there.
Correct. Yep.
And then the Jensen residence was right around here.
That is correct. It was the second one
So
from the corner.
this is a more current photo, but back in 1998, were the trees as big as they are here? Or
No.
They were smaller.
Yeah, a lot smaller.
So you did kind of
Trees hadn't been invented yet.
Did you see the Jensen
then.
Backyard from your backyard?
Yes. Yeah, I could.
Let me look for the guy with his hand on his head, see if I can identify him. This case is up in Wisconsin, Kenosha County.
Now, you indicated that one of the things that Julie loved to do was ride her bicycles with the children.
Oh, she said
Directing your
strollers.
Attention to Exhibit 2.
Newsflash, trees grow. I don't think they read the previous opening statements. Those were their own. They probably were very similar to the previous ones.
And can you tell the jury what that photograph depicts?
That's a very normal photo of Julie being with David and Douglas.
And considering the size of David and Douglas versus Julie at that time, can you tell us what year it appears that photo was taken in?
I'm thinking that was the year before she died. I'm thinking the fall the year
That's like
before she
expert
died
level
because
testimony.
the year that she passed, she had the shorter haircut.
So 1997? So this photo was taken in 1997, you think?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And Douglas would have been 2 years old, and that looks right.
Now,
Funny,
between
Tiffany.
the time when you first met Julie and then she became a member of your book club, between 1992 and December 3rd, 1998, how often in the course of a normal month would you see or speak with Julie?
Well, for sure monthly because of book club, and then many times in between, again, just depending on what
She
was
says
going
strollers.
on. If it was just a play date or an activity at school. I was very active at Southport School where both of our boys went. I was a site parent for a couple years, so we would do fundraisers and that for the school. Again, it just depends. And then in the summer, we saw each other a lot more just because of the weather being beautiful and being in Carroll Beach. That's the time to really be outside.
So you saw her often?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And did you feel as though you got to know Julie quite well?
I consider her one of my best friends.
Did you see her in 1998?
Yes, definitely.
When was the last time that you remember seeing Julie before her death?
So I saw her twice, and again, to see a calendar from that year, I'd have to look at a calendar, but I saw her on 2 occasions. One, she hosted book club, and that would have been the second Tuesday in November. And then the second time I saw her, my son Matthew was turning 5, and I had a bumper bowling party, and we invited all the younger kids in the neighborhood. So Douglas, was at that birthday party.
Myra, I'm going to Google
what's
this.
a bumper bowling party?
So they're so little that they can't hit the ball down the lane very well, so they have bumpers. So if
Hang on, that's an age thing?
Hits
No
the
gutters?
bumper, yeah, no gutters.
I didn't.
Gives them a chance to actually knock a pin
I thought
down.
that was one of the perks you have from being able to control the the bowling apparatus.
So she didn't have David at that birthday party?
No, because Matthew was 5, so it was Douglas, because David was the age of my older son, Nicholas, so Douglas came to the party.
And what is Matthew's birthday?
November 9th.
And so was this birthday party on the Saturday preceding or the Saturday following December 9th?
It would have been after because we went to Disney World, and got back literally the night before trick-or-treating, and I needed that weekend break, because we
Holy
drove
cow.
down there and it's exhausting. And so
Myra, you're right.
I wanted to do it the weekend after his birthday.
So the Saturday after November 9th is when you
She's
saw
a doppelganger.
Julie at your son's birthday celebration.
Correct.
So directing your attention.
Yes, he's been in jail. This is the second go around. He won the right to he won an appeal, so he got the right to a retrial, basically. The state was told they have to try him again or let him
Identify
go.
the photograph on the screen.
Yeah. So that's Julie on the left with her son Douglas, and then Carrie Ashley is on the right with her son Joey.
And that photograph was taken on the Saturday following November 9th, 1998.
Correct.
Is this
Now,
a digital
did you
picture
spend
or was
much
it on
time
film?
visiting with Julie? Did you see her at the birthday party or talk to her?
Oh, yeah. We talked to everybody, especially when the kids were bowling. I mean, we had to help the kids bowl a little bit, but after bowling, we did the lunch and gave them money to do the little
This is
video
Ruth
game things
Vorwald, the
that
state's
kids
witness.
like to play. So, yeah, it was about 3 hours.
So did Julie, was Julie active at the
Oh,
party?
absolutely. Yep.
Tell us about your recollections of Julie at the party, if you can.
I mean, any normal mom with an active 3-year-old boy, just, helping him and playing and assisting him when he needed help with the ball. And, I mean, she was a very hands-on mom, so if I needed help, she was helping hand out plates when we did the cake, things like that.
And
your typical housewife
tell us
star.
you saw Julie interact with her children?
Oh, always.
What kind of a mother was Julie?
She was a very hands-on, very loving mom. She was a stay-at-home mom. And the one thing I think that I really admired, because I felt I wish I could have done this more because I was a full-time working mom, she was always doing different activities with the boys, not just outside in the yard, but they would do arts and crafts. And she would, get an art book and look at a different craft they could do together and read to them. She just devoted her time and attention to her boys and whatever she could do with them to make their life better.
And directing our attention to Exhibit 4. Can you identify the photograph that's been marked as Exhibit 4 that's displayed on the screen here?
Yeah, that's Julie with her 2 boys, David and Douglas.
And is that a fair representation of Julie as you remember her?
Oh, absolutely.
And can you tell us by looking at that photo what year that photo appeared to have been taken in?
Based on the fashion
That had to have been
statements?
the fall of, again, I can't remember the year she passed. Was that 98?
Yes.
Yeah, that would have been the fall because, again, her hairstyle, that was the style she had then. And Douglas was 3, so that would have definitely, and based on the jackets,
Yes.
that would have been that fall.
Prodigy before AOL.
Actually, that was Exhibit 4, I think I just showed you. Now, fast forward to December 3rd, 1998. What can you tell us about what you remember about that day?
I think he's been in jail for about 22 years.
Well, my sister was visiting from out of town.
What's your sister's name?
Sharon Krauss.
And do you know why? Do you remember why your sister was visiting you from out of town?
She, her husband and son, she said I had an activity or something, and she was just wanting to come see my house, spend a night with me, spend some time. So she came that Tuesday, December 2nd, and then December 3rd, we got the boys off to school, and she finished her coffee, and I like to walk every morning. So we left the house shortly after 9 and went for a walk, because it's so pretty to walk in Carroll Beach. And then I wanted to point out the homes of my friends, ladies in my book club and my friends.
Drop some names.
We walked on Lakeshore Drive, which is, of course, the prettiest way to walk anyway in Carroll Beach. And we were not even a mile.
This lady's
from
selling
my
property
house
in
into
Carroll
the
Beach
walk,
right now.
and
That's what
I
she's
saw
doing.
Mark driving in his
If she's not a
vehicle,
realtor, I'll eat my
heading
hat.
north towards his home.
And what time was that?
That would have been about 9:25, 9:30 at the latest.
The judge did
Directing
tell the
your
jury not to
attention
watch the trial. That
Exhibit
came earlier.
5, the photograph that's displayed on the screen, Exhibit 5. There it is. Now, can you see it well enough from where you're seated? Would it help you move closer? Or?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Now,
she has perfect
and where
memory
is your
and perfect
residence
vision.
in that photo? Is that?
It's up.
Can you see your house from
Yeah,
space?
it's near the
Yes,
top
I
of the
can.
photo.
It's right there.
And it was in that straightaway. It was before in Carroll Beach. It takes a curve, so in that straightaway area, towards the middle part, lower 3/4 of the photo.
We're gonna have to, I might have to eat it.
It would have been before 104th, so north.
If you're looking at the photo, is the road, Lake Michigan is to your right, correct?
Yeah, it's the street right along Lake Michigan.
It's not the highlighted street, it's the street just to the left of Lake Michigan?
Correct.
Okay. And you said it was, now where were you when you saw Mark Jensen driving northbound on Lakeshore Drive?
Again, I'm trying to see the actual street numbers. But I'm on 90th, and it would have been maybe 10 blocks from there.
10 blocks. Can you draw
Again, it
on the
wasn't
map?
all that far into the walk.
So this is your residence here?
Yes.
And then this is Lakeshore Drive?
Yes.
The trial's
and it was in
slated
that
for 5
straightaway
weeks,
area.
Jay Hughes.
Before you
5
can see where
weeks.
it curves.
We're not going to
A
be
little
here for all
curve.
of that.
It was before that curve.
We have Sarah Boone,
I'm
we have
moving the cursor
Murdaugh.
down. Tell me to stop when you got to the where.
We've been right around there.
Right around
She
here.
drives
Yep.
the Google van
That's
taking
when you saw
photos.
Mark Jensen?
Correct.
And tell us what everything happened when you saw Mark Jensen.
I waved.
And he waved back.
He waved back.
And then you continued your walk.
Yeah. I mean, I did make a comment to my sister that was odd to see him in the middle of the morning on the south side of Carroll Beach with him working in Racine and the boys going to, the Southport School. So
This lady knows everything about
first
everyone
thing I
in
said
the
to my
community.
sister, that's odd.
So, and Racine, for the benefit of those who maybe aren't oriented to north-south, Racine is actually north of Kenosha,
Correct.
north of that location.
Correct.
And he was coming from the south and heading north when you
Right.
saw him at
There's no
night.
grocery stores, there's no gas stations, there's nothing there. It's just some residences. There's a lot more now these days, but yeah, there is really
But if you'd like
nothing
one, they're
there.
still available.
And that was
Just
somewhere
call
around
me.
9:25 to 9:30 in the morning?
Correct.
Now, what's the next thing you remember happening on December 3rd, 1998?
So in the afternoon, I was home, and I heard a siren. Then I heard another siren, then another siren, a couple
And
more
then
sirens. And
2
I'm
more
like, what is
sirens.
going on?
So I
And
think we're up to
was
5
waiting
now.
for Carrie Ashley to drop something off at my house, and she hadn't stopped yet. She was late, and the sirens were stopping right in front of her house and Julie's house. Their houses face each other, and their driveways face each other. And I looked at my sister. I go, I need to walk over there and see what's going on because it's unusual for Carrie to not have stopped. And there's all these sirens.
She has
So
a very good
she said,
memory
I think you're right. I'll walk
of
with
1998.
you. So
And about what time was that?
Wasn't that hearsay?
that I can't remember.
She
I
said-
want to say, I don't believe my boys were home from school yet. So I think it was before school was let out. But
That guy, thank you for gifting the membership.
So what happened next
And
then?
Aaron, congratulations
so
on winning that one.
we walk over there, and again, we saw there was a fire truck, there was a fire rescue vehicle, police cars. I think there was an ambulance, but a lot of activity.
There need to be 2 more vehicles to have 5 sirens, though.
And
So what happened then? What, if anything, did you do after observing all of this? And where were you when you
It was
observed
the
all of
90s.
this?
People spied
so
on the
I
neighbors
was
radio
across
tonight.
the street standing in Carrie Ashley's yard. And I was concerned because I thought, I don't know why, but in my mind I'm thinking fire because the fire truck's right out front. And in
He's
my
hard of
mind I'm
hearing,
thinking,
MB.
wow, did they have a fire? My house is just right around the corner. Do they need to temporarily come into my house? Can I help? I'm a friend. So I walked up to a police officer and I just basically said, Is there any way I can help? I'm Julie's friend. You know, if there's any kind of a fire, she can
sort
come
of
to
run
my
this
house.
town.
And, you know, they're willing to stay there. Just let me know if there's anything I can do. And he looked at me, he said, I'm sorry she didn't make it. And I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah, I'm sorry she didn't make it. And I'm like, you don't expect to hear that. You know, that's the last thing you expect to hear when you're thinking you're going over to see a friend.
Can you continue now?
Pardon. It was just shocking.
How old was Julie?
40.
And how old were you at that time?
36. And it just broke my heart. I mean, I was a young mother with 2 young boys. She was a young mother with 2 young boys. And it's like, how is this possible? How is she dead at 40 years old, a healthy woman dead? And all I could think of is her poor boys not having their mother. And I again, your mind is going in one direction and you hear something else, and it's just shocking.
So after hearing this terrible news, what did you do then?
So I went back home because there's nothing else to do. And then after being home for a while, then I walked back over. I tried to get my composure because obviously I was devastated and upset. So we walked back over.
When you say we walked, who
My
all?
sister walked over with me.
And I had to call my friends.
About
and
what
let them
time
know.
was it that you came back the second time?
It was not evening, but it was dusk.
And what happened when you came back the second time?
So, you know, I saw different neighbors. You know, nobody was talking to each other. It was a very somber, very upsetting situation. I mean, nobody was talking to anybody. It was just awful. Ted Voigt walked over. Then
It
he
seemed
left,
a bit abrupt.
You know, walked back
His
home.
bedside manner is not very good
Jim
for
Carrey came out.
a tearful witness.
Stood 5 feet away.
Witness.
Again, nobody was talking to anybody, and I was standing on the end of Carrie Ashley's driveway, facing the house, and Mark was standing there, and Mark and I made eye contact, and Mark walked across the street to me, and I just looked at him. I said, "My God, Mark, what happened?" And he looks at me, and he had a cigarette in his hand, and he took a drag of his cigarette, put his head back. She's gone. And I'm like, what do you mean? What happened? And gave me an explanation about she wasn't feeling good. She was on a prescribed medicine. She wasn't sleeping at night. She hadn't slept for 2-3 nights.
No
Can't remember how
objections here.
many he said, but he said a couple nights. So he wanted to get her some sleeping pills. So he got her some sleeping pills so she could sleep. And he felt that the combination of the 2 medicines caused this to happen.
What was Mark's demeanor or emotional state as he was telling you these things?
What was weird is I'm literally devastated. And he talked like it was just a conversation, just no feeling, no emotion, just kind of matter of fact. What he said to me kind of sounded rehearsed. It was just, to me, it was very bizarre.
Your Honor, she's conveying her impressions. There's nothing wrong with her conveying her impressions.
We'll continue. Go ahead, but just move on to something else.
Thank you. Now, you said you'd seen Julie a number of times in the final months of her life?
Correct.
And you knew her as a very close friend?
Yes.
Did you ever see any signs that Julie would consider suicide?
No.
Objection, speculation.
Well, the opening was pretty to the point, what Ms. Renner said to this jury.
Correct.
So, I mean, this issue is wide open.
We opened that door
Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
day one.
Did you ever see any evidence that Julie Jensen was depressed or that she was contemplating suicide?
No, never. Julie loved her sons. She lived for her sons. She had adored her boys. She would never, ever do anything like that.
As you're sitting here today, is there any doubt in your mind as to how Julie Jensen died?
No,
And it wasn't suicide?
it was not a suicide.
Objection, move to strike.
We're going to strike that answer.
Yeah, she can't.
Well, in your estimation, in your opinion,
Nope, it's struck.
do you have an opinion after knowing Julie for several years, spending time at her house, spending time with her and her children?
Judge, I'm going to move to,
It's going to be stricken. We're not going to get into her
It's already out.
opinion. She's not an expert. She talked about that she wasn't suicidal. I'll allow all that. But we're not going to have witnesses say it's not suicide. This witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So let's move on.
No further questions. No, he's got some.
After Julie's death, which occurred on a Thursday, is that right?
I thought it was a Wednesday, but again, that was 26 years ago.
24 years
24
ago.
years ago.
There goes the
math is
memory.
right.
Now we have to call everything into question.
Did you attend Julie's wake?
Yes.
Do you remember when and where the wake was? What day of the week?
Sorry,
it
Laura.
was?
The wake,
We'll see you another day.
I'm trying to think.
Thanks for being here.
I don't know if it was I don't know the day of the week. I really don't.
So it was within days of her death.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yes. It wasn't a long time. It was just within a few days. Correct.
And when you went to the wake, did you go alone or did you go with some other people?
No, I went with, I believe I went with Carrie Ashley.
And what happened? Can you tell us about what you remember about the wake?
Yeah, so, the line was, decently long. It was an open casket, and I was in line, I want to say at least 20 minutes, and because of Mark's demeanor the day she died, I was watching him because I thought, again, his demeanor when she died was indifferent, so I was watching him to see how he was behaving, and he was literally standing 5 feet from her casket, laughing and joking with a group of men the entire time. And again, I thought, in my mind, that's extremely odd. He just lost his wife, the mother of his children, and he's acting like he's at a cocktail party.
People deal with
It
grief
was
different ways. And so
upsetting.
Although that could be upsetting to her.
Did you attend
it
Julie's
also
funeral?
is not out
I
of the
did
norm.
not, because after I witnessed that,
some
I
people.
was beyond upset, and I'm like, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to watch that behavior.
Thank you, Ms. Vorwald. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Who's going to do the cross for the defense?
I am, Judge.
All right, if we could just save the attorney's name for the court reporter, who's ever doing the cross.
Attorney Bridget Krause.
Go ahead.
And Judge, I need to stand because I can't see the witness.
Stan.
Just to hold the microphone up, though.
I don't know if the microphone's going to get up that, but
Yeah, I will.
A handheld.
I can slide over, too.
Sure.
we could switch seats if you want.
Could put you up in the
Can you
witness
see the
stand.
witness now?
I can, thank you, Judge.
Go ahead. We're not using that.
We're not using the lapel mic because we're on TV.
Ms. Vorwald, you said you know Julie Jensen since 1991.
Correct.
You were a neighbor.
Correct.
You lived behind her.
Correct.
Your backyards were
Kitty corner.
kitty corner, so not right behind her.
Correct.
And you said during the time that you met her in 1991, it was as a neighbor.
Yes.
And that relationship changed as you had more contact with each other.
Yes.
You had children that were similar ages,
Yes.
similar interests,
Yes.
and you started a book club.
Yes.
And when you started this book club, you testified that you asked Julie Jensen to join it.
Yes, she was the first person I actually asked.
And after you asked Julie, other members of the neighborhood joined this book club.
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that the purpose of a book club is to talk about books.
Yes.
And that's what your book
Hang on,
club
you
did.
lost me there.
Yes.
You would
What
pick a
books?
book the meeting before, and then when you came to that book club, you would talk about books.
Yes.
Some people, book clubs become wine clubs. But for you, you guys really talked about the books that you had picked.
Yeah. The first hour would always be social. So, catching up, what's going on, what are your kids doing, are you traveling, any trips, what's going on with their school. And then the second part would be discussing the book.
So I want to talk about that social hour that you just mentioned. During the social hour, did Julie Jensen mention that she had received treatment for depression?
Not to me.
Did Julie Jensen mention that she had had an affair on her husband?
I heard about that.
Yes, we talked about that.
I
in
did hear
depth.
about that, but it wasn't discussed at a book club.
I'm talking specifically about that 1 hour of social time. Okay. Did Julie Jensen tell you that she had filed for divorce on her husband?
No.
Or that she was unhappy?
No.
Now, you talked a little bit about that December 3rd date, so I want to take you back to that date, okay? You said you spoke to law enforcement officers on that day when you first went over to the Jensen's house.
Correct.
After Julie Jensen passed away, you didn't speak to law enforcement officers again.
Correct.
You didn't call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department with any concerns that you had.
No.
You didn't call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department after the funeral about any concerns you had.
No, because I heard they were already involved, so there was nothing to call.
Ma'am, I understand that, but I'm asking you very specific questions. And you didn't call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department about any observations you made at the funeral.
No, again, they were already involved, so I didn't.
And ma'am, you knew they were involved and you knew they were investigating.
Well, yeah, that's their
And
job.
even knowing that, you didn't contact them about any of this information that you provided to this jury today.
Well, I know it took, I believe, 3 years to determine cause of death.
Ma'am, did you contact the Pleasant Prairie Police Department at any point when you knew they were investigating the death of Julie Jensen?
I did not.
The first time you spoke to someone in this case was the prosecution.
After they determined cause of death, then I
Ma'am,
did.
the first time you spoke to someone in this case was the prosecution.
Objection, Your Honor. I object to the attorney interrupting the witness's answer.
I agree. Let her finish the answer. If you want to object, I'll make a ruling.
Judge, I don't want to keep moving to strike because she's not actually answering the
Non-responsive.
question. I mean, I can do
She's
that,
asking
but it
yes,
doesn't
no
make
questions.
any sense.
She's
But I don't
formulating
want you
very,
interrupting witnesses
very
either.
good
That's fine.
So are we on the
pointed
same page?
questions.
Absolutely.
She'll make the objections.
So I would move to strike her last answer as unresponsive.
Objection. The answer was not unresponsive.
I
The
agree.
witness-
She could not finish it. So ask the question again, and we'll see what it is.
Thank you, Judge. The first time you spoke to anyone in this case was the prosecution.
That is correct.
And that was after Mr. Jensen had been charged.
I can't say if it was after his charge. It was after it came out her cause of death.
And after, before you actually spoke to the prosecution, you had talked to a number of neighbors
Correct.
about what they heard or what they had been told.
Correct.
And that was prior to you talking to the prosecution.
Well, yeah, it was 3 years.
And probably after you talked to the prosecution.
We're all friends and neighbors.
So you
this is a
continued
different
to
lawyer.
talk about what you had heard or what you had observed.
Well, in all honesty, we really all wanted to forget that day and what went on because that's not a pleasant memory. Nobody wants to keep all of that inside them because it's not fun to talk about. We lost a friend, so it wasn't like we were constantly talking about it. We actually didn't talk about it a lot.
So after 2002, you didn't talk to any of your friends or neighbors about Julie Jensen's death?
If it would have been very rarely that we would have talked about it.
Okay. So you did talk about it?
Again, sure.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the funeral.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you were in line for about 20 minutes.
The wake.
Thank you, the wake, the visitation.
Yes.
Good lawyers
You were
often
in
come
line
across
for
as being a
approximately
little
20 minutes.
rude.
Correct.
But they're
And
very
while
good
you
at
were
what
in
they
line,
do.
you saw
She's
Mr.
doing a great
Jensen.
job.
Yes.
And he was standing in like the receiving line that people, the family members standing at the end of the casket.
Yeah, he was on the other side of her casket, like I said, about 5 feet away.
And generally, when people go through a receiving line, they stop and talk to the family, and then they either leave or they stay for the service.
Normally, yes.
And he was at the end of that line, or he was at the end of the line that viewed Julie Jensen.
I think he was the first person. But he was, like I said, literally about 5 feet away.
That was a terrible question. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean he was at the end of the person line. I meant he was at the end of the, after viewing Miss Jensen, he was after that.
Correct.
And he would be talking to people.
My observation was there was a group of friends, and he was talking to them for a considerable amount of time. So it wasn't a constant flow of people. And again, that's my observation.
Did you know who those individuals were?
I did not.
Did you know if they were friends of Julie Jensen?
I did not know the people.
You didn't know if they were family members of Julie Jensen?
The family members that I knew, that wasn't them.
But you don't know if they were family members of Julie Jensen?
Yeah, we just lost audio. Give me a second. Audio on 3. Bring it on.
Who heard about
There we
things
go.
that they did
I
with
have
her?
no idea what was being said.
You don't know if they were telling funny anecdotes about things that may have happened in her life?
Right, that is
when
correct.
she was a child? You don't know any of that information?
I do not. Nope.
You also know that many people consider a visitation or a funeral a celebration of life.
Yes, it can.
A time to talk and reminisce about the person that has passed away.
Yep, that's possible.
The loved one.
Right.
You weren't with the family prior to the visitation.
I was not.
You weren't involved in any service with a pastor prior to the visitation. Nope. You weren't involved with anything that happened after the visitation with a pastor or with family.
Correct.
What you observed was that 20 minutes that you were standing in line.
Yes.
And as you yourself testified, you were watching him because you didn't like the way that he responded or the way his demeanor on December 3rd.
Correct.
I want to go back to December 3rd, Ms. Vorwald. You said that you had been at the residence and then you left the residence.
Correct.
And then after a while, you walked back over there.
Yes.
And when you walked back over there, that's when you observed Mark Jensen across the street.
Yes.
He didn't turn his back and walk back into the house.
He switched the audio back over.
After we talked, I went home.
Prior to him walking across the street, once you guys had made eye contact, he didn't turn his back on you and walk into the house.
No, he crossed
came
the street.
over to talk to you.
Correct.
This audio stream's a little
to the other
better.
neighbors that were there.
I don't know who else he talked to. I know he talked to me because.
Were other neighbors around you?
Tag, good
Behind
job
me.
coming
I
back
don't know if they could
from the
hear.
store. I saw your haul. It's a lot of
So
stuff.
he actually walked across because he saw you making eye contact with him, and he knew you were Julie's friend.
Objection calls for speculation as to why the defendant walked across. This witness only knows what he did, not why he did it.
Sustained.
You made eye contact with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And at that point, he walked across the street?
Yes.
And he talked to you?
Correct.
And he knew you were Julie's friend?
Yes.
And when he talked to you, you asked him what had happened?
I did.
And he responded to what had
did.
happened? You weren't in the home immediately after Mr. Jensen found Miss Jensen?
No.
You don't know how he reacted to finding Miss Jensen?
Correct.
You don't know how he responded to paramedics or law enforcement that initially saw him?
Correct. I did not.
You testified about a couple of photos that we saw up on the screen.
Yes.
One was of Julie Jensen on a bike with her boys.
Yep.
And the other one was them with a view of the lake.
Correct.
You didn't take those pictures.
No, I took the one of the bowling party.
You weren't the one on that bike ride with them.
I was not.
You weren't the one in viewing the lake with them.
No.
When you saw these bike rides, Mr. Jensen was also involved.
He's probably one that took the photo.
Probably the one that took the photo. Because he was also actively involved with his boys.
Right.
Actively involved with his family.
Yes.
One second, please, Judge.
She gets through the questions pretty quickly.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect, Mr. Jamboy?
May this witness be excused. Subject to recall. Let's see.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Right,
Thank
you're
you, Mr.
excused, ma'am. Thank you.
Say we call Sharon Krauss.
And how long is this witness going to take?
Short.
I will hold you to that.
I'll be very short. I can't guarantee what she'll do.
She'll be shorter than you.
37, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Witness 37. So apparently we have at least 37 witnesses. Is the jury in the room? Yes, they are. The jury is here. This is witness number 2. The first one was Ruth Vorwald, the, I guess you could say, nosy neighbor, a very informed neighbor.
You just raise your right hand. I'll swear you in before you have a seat, okay? You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. The witness said, I do. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone.
Just eat it and yell at it.
Spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Like the judge does.
Sharon Krause.
And spell it, please.
Yes, SharonKrause.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
Good morning, Ms. Krause. Can you tell the jury, do you know Ruth Vorwald?
Yes, I do. She's my sister.
And you remember visiting your
Yes,
sister
of course,
on
Marie.
December 2nd and December 3rd, 1998?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were? Can you tell us what you can remember about the morning of December 3rd, 1998?
Sure. We got up and she got the boys off to school. She said, we're going for a walk at 9. We ate. I'd like to have my coffee, and she wanted to get going. She's very prompt on her scheduling, so we went for a walk.
And do you remember what, if anything, you saw while you were on your walk with your sister?
We were walking on Lakeshore Drive past
Because that's
Mark
the
and
best
Julie
place to
Jensen's
walk.
home, and we got maybe half a mile away, and she said, oh, here comes Mark. That's weird.
And about what time was it that you and she saw Mark?
9:30, approximately.
Okay. And do you remember anything else about December 3rd, 1998, when you were visiting with your sister?
I was downstairs. We were going to go have dinner. Ruth was upstairs getting ready. I saw flashing lights behind her house. I went to the stairway, yelled up. I said, Ruth, there's something going on behind your house. There's a lot of red lights. She came down.
What happened next?
We took a walk over, and because she said, that's Mark and Julie Jensen's house. And so we walked over there, and there was a police officer standing there. She asked him apparently what happened, but I didn't hear what he said. And then she started crying, and Mark Jensen, she said, here comes Mark. And he came
So do
over.
you remember how much time elapsed between the point where she heard, where she started crying,
Pure
and the point
coincidence,
where you saw Mark come across?
It was very soon after.
So tell us what you can remember what happened about Mark coming across.
He came and approached Ruth. I was standing on her side, and she said, what happened, Mark?
Get turned up just a bit.
And tell us how Mark responded.
He took a puff on his cigarette. He
tip
blew
his
it
head
in
back.
the air. He looked at her.
They
He
have
said, she's gone.
They have talked about this.
And she said, what do you
This
mean?
is
She's gone.
verbatim.
And he said she hadn't been feeling well, and she hadn't been sleeping, and he called the doctor and got her sleeping pills.
And what was your impression of Mark's demeanor as he was providing this information?
There was no emotion. He was like he had known exactly what he was going to say. I had a bad feeling.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Witness's
And
sister, I
just to be
believe.
clear, Ms. Krause, you and I are not related. My name's Bridget Krause.
Oh. No, we're not.
You said that you saw Mark Jensen's car about 9:30 a.m.
Correct.
And that was as you were walking with your sister.
Correct.
You didn't follow that car.
No.
You didn't see where that car went.
He was heading the opposite direction towards his home.
So you guys were heading southbound and he was
Correct.
heading northbound?
Correct.
So you didn't actually see whether he stopped at his home?
No.
Ma'am, you'd never met Mark Jensen before?
No.
You didn't know his general demeanor?
No.
Didn't know his general style of
No.
talk? There
No.
are people that are pretty matter-of-fact talkers.
Okay.
They
Would that
read
be
a
fair to
script, it
say?
sounds
Have
like.
you ever met someone like that in your life?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't have, she said, mm-hmm. Can you say
Oh,
yes, just so
yes,
the court reporter?
sorry,
Thank
yes.
you. And as you just said, you had never met him prior to that time that he walked over to talk to your sister?
No, I have not.
And just so that I understand your testimony, you heard the sirens and then told your sister about it?
I saw the lights, red lights flashing behind her house.
Red lights flashing behind your sister's house?
Yes, correct.
Then you told your sister?
Yes.
And you two walked over there?
Correct.
And once you walked over there, your sister had some type of conversation with, like, a police officer or law
Correct.
enforcement?
Correct, yes.
And then after your sister had that conversation with law enforcement, shortly thereafter is when Mr. Jensen came over and spoke to your sister?
Yes.
Ma'am, it'd be fair to say that you weren't in the Jensen house at the time Mr. Jensen found his wife?
No.
You don't know how his demeanor was at that point?
No.
You don't know how he reacted?
No.
You weren't in the Jensen house when EMTs arrived and told Mr. Jensen that his wife was gone?
No.
You don't know how he reacted?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect from the state?
Probably not.
Have you, in the course of your lifetime, been in the vicinity of somebody who had just suffered a terrible, horrible loss?
Yes.
And have you noticed the manner in which those people tended to respond?
Yes. Sad, dreadful, questioning what happened.
A strong emotional response?
Very strong, yep.
Did you see
I've
any?
experienced it.
Did you see any evidence of that in Mark Jensen?
No.
Nothing further.
Any recross on that?
Very quickly, again, ma'am, you weren't in the home when Mark Jensen found
Asked and answered.
out that his wife had passed.
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, but you went into it again, so she can ask it.
And ma'am, you weren't present when he spoke to his pastor at the home that night?
No.
Thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for coming. Have a good day.
All right, 2 witnesses
Very
down.
close to the lunch hour, Mr. Jamboy.
Well, yeah, Your Honor, we don't have a witness. It'll
Thank
take
you.
2 minutes.
Okay, folks, be back by
Cooking right
1:15,
along.
okay? Please don't talk about the case. Have a good lunch. We'll see you at 1:15. All
All right, it's break time. 1:15. That means we get an hour and 15 minutes. Fantastic. This has been fun. I'm not going to make you work through lunch. We've sat here long enough. Everyone deserves a break. Clean up the popcorn after you guys, please, Mary Kay. Just don't do what my kids do and leave it on the floor as proof that they were there. Let's see. Everyone acts different in death. Yes, she was found. What was that? That guy. What were you saying? What is the point of the line of questioning? She already stated that she was at her sister's house
Subject matter jurisdiction.
when she saw lights clear. Not in the house was found, because what she's trying to draw out, she's trying to really make a point to the jury that this lady's saying he acted weirdly. He wasn't behaving in the manner you would expect from a husband who just lost a wife. And he's basically saying, or her question is saying, you weren't there, right? You don't know if he did or didn't. You saw him at some later point and based your information based on how he was behaving then, but you weren't there when all these other things occurred, so he could have. And they did that with both witnesses. I think more significant possibly in that testimony is that both of them state they saw Mark out in the neighborhood.
There's a lawsuit.
Which was weird, apparently, and I have trouble with how exactly identical their stories are of the events. But obviously, they have been questioned once before at a previous trial, and they might remember exactly what happened then. So we might see a lot of very good memories from a long time ago because the information was documented in the previous trial. Sandwich time, it sure is. Liquid lunch now, says TW, and you got sheep's head coming up, right? Reese says dibs on the monkey bars, says Douglas. Okay, you called it first, so you get it. Yeah, when you experience the loss, a loss of a close family friend or family member or friend, it can be different. There's sometimes you go to a celebration of life and everyone's joking and laughing, even though it's a sad experience. But that's just how they handle things. Having ice cream for lunch, I deserve it after the opening statements. Tag got ice cream too, I think. Can I out you on that? What brand did you get, Tag, today? What's with the chains? I think those are the supports holding up the plexiglass, the sneeze guards around the witness box. Apparently they're telling us it's time to exit. The exit sign is showing, so we're going to go ahead and take that. Take the exit. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Enjoy. Let's see. We had some break-ins last week. Cops called to warn us. They attempted to break in through our garage, noticed the camera. They took the camera and didn't think about the footage that we had. MB, can you share it? Hopefully it's good enough that you can identify them. But, oh, man. Several of you, I'm not trying to make light of this at all. Several of you have had experiences where you've lost someone very close to you. And you've been sharing that in chat. I'm not saying Mark's response was wrong. What the witnesses were trying to portray is that it seemed odd to them how he responded. But until you've been there and experienced it yourself and had that shock, that revelation, and then just the flood of emotions and everywhere your mind goes, just like crazy in that moment, you don't know how you're going to act. Let's see. Hulk, as I'm trying to get caught up in this live, I busted out laughing when I heard the background music. That was fun. And the funniest part was that it seemed that she could hear it and was timing her statements perfectly in time with the music. Why is he on retrial? Was he in jail before? Yes, for like 22 years, Petra. He was tried and found guilty. He was convicted. But on appeal, the appeals court said that it was wrong for them to allow in evidence, specifically this evidence right here, which was a letter from his wife that she wrote just a few days before she died, saying, "Hey, if something happens to me, it was my husband. It's him." They said that letter should not have been allowed in, so he gets a retrial. There's a lot of time that elapsed in this one, so we're talking about 1998 of when she died. The latter part of 1998 took 3 years for them to determine the cause of death. So just lots of time elapsed. Problem is they probably discussed after the first case, so now it's burned in their heads. Plus, they both were at the same point, so them having the same story isn't odd, right? And they seem to be closely connected. Like they live next to each other. They're very close. I'm not sure if they're twins, but Running Gray Wolf says, maybe I'm in the minority, but everyone I know whom have lost their wives, even if married for a short time, became very emotional and were devastated at their losses. I would say, Gray Wolf, I'd say that's more of like a traditional or an expected response, which I would be more familiar with. But I've also seen people that respond without any sadness, and feel that that's the proper way to handle it, and maybe deal with it down the road. Suzanne, I had 2 funerals in a row, yesterday and today. There was crying and laughing and everything in between. The silliest of things. Yeah. Yeah. That guy, I'm so sorry losing your mom at a young age. Let's see. Man. The footage was awesome, says MB. Of the people who tried to break into your garage. We got a close up of those idiots. They found all the neighbors' stuff at their house. I'll try to send you footage. That would be awesome. That'd be cool to see that. Okay, we need to let you guys go on break. Why wouldn't they allow the letter? Ivan, they wouldn't allow the letter because the defendant has the right to cross-examine witnesses. And here we have his wife, who was acting as a witness against him from the grave. And they ruled that he had the right to cross-examine her. And even though the court said that because of his wrong acts made her unavailable, it should be allowed. But the appeals said no, not the case. Let's see. Okay, I know we've ended on a heavy note. A lot of talk of death, and I think unfortunately I know there's some people even who said this is too hard for me. You know, it's too soon with what I'm dealing with already. So I'll bow out for a little while. I wish all of you the best. You know that we're thinking of you. We're here. We're a good supportive group. If there's anything we can do, let us know. As we get through this, we will be back about 1 o'clock, so about an hour. We'll be back for the afternoon. I might have to cut it short a little early this afternoon. So got a youth. This is the youth activity night that I've got. The one night where I always have a meeting. So we're gonna do that tonight. But we'll catch the flip side for the rest of this for part 2 of day 1 of the murder trial. So I'd have to make sure I don't play this music to end. We're going to play something a little more upbeat, right? All right. Thank you, guys. Have a great lunch. Be safe. Hug everybody you love. Smile at somebody, make their day a little bit better. And be safe till we come back right after lunch. We got about an hour, a little less than an hour. So grab some food. Get yourself a break. We'll see you back here in a little bit. Thanks a lot. Appreciate y'all.